Chapter 157. Demonic Beasts' Fierce Battle. Chapter 157. Demonic Beasts' Fierce Battle. The God Stunning Spike was just a simple way of using soul strength to attack the opponent's divine soul. It was not all that profound. If Sui Shan were prepared beforehand, Yi Yuan would not even have succeeded. After all, Yi Yuan only had middle-rank alchemy master soul strength. It was roughly the same as Sui Shan. This attack of his took him by surprise. Of course, divine soul mystic arts were not much to Yi Yuan. But in mortal countries like the state of Qin, it was absolutely an exceedingly rare existence. Even if it was the crudest type of divine soul mystic art. When the state of Qin's martial artists fought, they would not even think of the other party using divine soul mystic arts, because this thing was too rare. Hence, martial artists who possessed divine soul mystic arts tend to succeed in sneak attack. It was just that too few people knew it, so scarce that there simply wasn't any need to be on guard against it. There was no need to go so far as to be on guard against the opposing party's divine soul mystic art every time one fought a battle. Being distracted like that was, on the contrary, a big taboo. Yeah, I should have thought of it long ago. Other than divine soul mystic arts, how could Sui Shan have made this kind of low-level mistake? Nanfeng Jiro muttered. Yi Yuan turned to go. Nanfeng Jiro quickly recovered and hurriedly chased after, grabbing hold of Yi Yuan and said, "Yi Yuan, teach me this divine soul mystic art, okay?" But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Not okay." Seeing Nanfeng Jiro's face change instantly, Yi Yuan quickly said, "Right now, your matter at hand is to cultivate the water-defying incantation. Wasting time on other matters would only delay your cultivation. After your water-defying incantation is completed, I'll teach you an even stronger one." Only now did Nanfeng Jiro's rage transform into joy as she said, "You were the one who said it. If at that time you don't teach me, I will." "I will." Nanfeng Jiro said, "I will," for a long time, and could not think of an even better threat. Yi Yuan's strength was already no longer beneath hers. What could she threaten Yi Yuan with? "Relax. I have plenty of divine soul mystic arts. As long as you can cultivate to a sufficient realm, I have as many as you want. Let's go." Yi Yuan said very generously. The previous lives Yi Yuan virtually gave up on the martial path, but had researched quite a bit in terms of divine soul. Therefore, he also cultivated many divine soul mystic arts. Of course, the aim of him cultivating the divine soul was still for alchemy. These divine soul mystic arts helped Yi Yuan to better understand the divine soul. He naturally enjoyed it tirelessly. A day later, Yi Yuan brought Nanfeng Jiro and Yuan Fei to the Grey Pine Forest to harvest the pine yang fruit. This place obviously also had powerful demonic beasts to guard it. However, it was merely a Tier 2 demonic beast. Yi Yuan released Yuan Fei, and that demonic beast immediately started quaking. It did not reveal the slightest hostility from the start till the end. The hierarchy in the demonic beast world was more stringent. When a Tier 2 demonic beast faced a Tier 3 demonic beast, there was only the word submission. Obtaining the pine yang fruit effortlessly, Yi Yuan and the rest rushed to the Blackwater Ravine. It was also the habitat of the seven-colored flowing cloud python. The Blackwater Ravine was to the east of the Crimson Summit Ridge, roughly over 1,000 miles away. It was 600 miles from the borders of the Endless Forest and also an extremely perilous land. But to the current Yi Yuan, it was not all that dangerous. With a Tier 3 demonic beast following by his side, he could go anywhere he wanted to in the 1,000-mile radius of the Endless Forest. However, Yi Yuan normally would not let Yuan Fei follow by his side, but made him stay inside the spatial artifact. Not only there were many students partic. 1. P. aiding in the trial inside the Endless Forest, but there were also even more demonic beasts hunters. If they encountered anyone, they could only silence them permanently. Yi Yuan did not wish to murder innocents, so it was better to lay low. Also, Yi Yuan had the intention of tempering himself when he entered the endless forest. If he made Yuan Fei take the front for everything, it would lose the meaning of tempering. A day later, Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro finally arrived at the Blackwater Ravine. This place had babbling brooks with a beautiful forest. It was quite a nice place to go to. The 600-mile region is a boundary. Here, Tier 1 demonic beasts and Tier 2 demonic beasts mingled together. Of course, this was also not an absolute assumption. However, that martial artist which Yi Yuan treated was pretty unlucky. To have encountered the 7-colored flowing cloud python here could be considered super lucky. According to the description by that martial artist, Yi Yuan determined that 7-colored flowing cloud python might be middle stage Tier 2. This strength might not require Yuan Fei to come out. He might be able to handle it himself. But Yi Yuan did not dare to be negligent. The 7-colored flowing cloud python did not only have a formidable poisonous breath, but its fleshy body was also very powerful. If one were to accidentally brush past by it, they would definitely suffer. According to the records, this Blackwater Ravine was originally a late-stage Tier 1 demonic beast's territory. But who knew when it became occupied by the 7-colored flowing cloud python? I reckon that there must be something that the 7-colored flowing cloud python likes here. Otherwise, it would not cling to this place. We might even obtain something nice. Yi Yuan transmitted his voice to Nanfeng Jiro. Nanfeng Jiro was already long used to Yi Yuan's encyclopedic knowledge. She just asked, "Then what do we do now? Lure it out and kill it?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No rush. Let's sneak inside and check out the situation first." The pair swallowed the breath-concealing pill and quietly sneaked into the Blackwater Ravine. Traversing past layers of the dense forest, the two finally arrived close to the stream of water. But right at that moment, from an empty SPAC beside the stream, a series of intense fighting clamors sounded out. Yi Yuan pulled aside the tree leaves to sneak a glance and actually saw 2 demonic beasts currently in the midst of a fierce battle. One of them was a black python, roughly 10 foot long. Looking closely, one could see that there was indeed a 7-colored stripe at its vital point. It was precisely the 7-colored flowing cloud python. And the other demonic beast was a mighty white tiger, similarly a Tier 2 demonic beast. Except that the white tiger's strength was a stage lower than the 7-colored flowing cloud python, just low stage Tier 2. The battle between the two was very intense. However, the 7-colored flowing cloud python clearly held the absolute upper hand. That white tiger was currently already covered in injuries. Bright red blood completely dyed that body of white fur, making it look very miserable. However, that white tiger seemed to be very stubborn. It refused to take even a step back despite being injured to such an extent. Instead, it roared and took the initiative to attack the 7-colored flowing cloud python. That manner of appearance showed that it clearly intended on taking it down with it. Yi Yuan, why doesn't that white tiger run away when it can't beat it? Nanfeng Jiro transmitted. Evidently, she also found it very strange. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and similarly transmitted his voice. No idea. Maybe it has some reason that it can't retreat? Demonic beasts also have reasons? I think it's just stupid and just have to fight to the death with that python. Could they be SNATC Hing territories? Such severe injuries, even if it wins, it most likely won't be able to survive. All life has spirituality. Even demonic beasts have feelings. You've also seen Yuan Fei. Low-tier demonic beasts don't have such complex emotions. But it refuses to fall back despite knowing that it's no match for it. I'm afraid that it really has its reasons. While speaking, Yi Yuan pulled the tree leaves aside even more. The pair's visual field became even wider. Entering their sight was a tiny white tiger the size of a cat was currently quivering there. Nanfeng Jiro could not contain her surprise as she turned to look at Yi Yuan. Chapter 158. Sword Driving Technique. Chapter 158. sword-driving technique. The little white tiger bared its fangs as the fur on its entire body stood on its ends. A low cat-like roar even came out of its mouth every now and then. No matter how one looked at it, it looked very cute. And yet, under this sort of tragic circumstance, the little white tiger's roar seemed to be so helpless and pitiful. Yi Yuan's heart shuddered for no reason, as if he saw the former him. Yi Yuan, let's save that white tiger? Look at that little white tiger. It's really so pitiful. At this time, Nanfeng Jiro's words sounded out by Yi Yuan's ears. Yi Yuan turned to look, but saw that Nanfeng Jiro's face was already covered in tears. Clearly, she was deeply touched by that white tiger's profound parental love. Under this sort of situation, it was obvious that waiting for the white tiger and the seven-colored flowing cloud python to fight until both were heavily injured would be the best, but Yi Yuan really could not do it. Yi Yuan did not say anything. He just nodded slowly and took out the Zhanghua sword, saying to Nanfeng Jiro, "The weak point of the seven-colored flowing cloud python is that seven-colored flower. This is the high ground, an excellent place for ambush. Hi+ing. I'll go down and lure it over here. You find an opportunity to kill it in one blow." Nanfeng Jiro nodded with all her might. The current her was also filled with a powerful resentment towards that python. At the moment, the black python and white tiger was intoxicated with the intense battle. The white tiger suffered setbacks repeatedly, but it refused to back even one step. The white tiger was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It only relied on a single obsession to forcefully hold on and not collapse. That black python locked onto an opening and shot forward abruptly, directly targeting the white tiger's lower jaw. The white tiger's actions already could not keep up with the black python at all any longer. If this bite landed, the white tiger will die without any doubt. Right at this time, a white light sneak attacked the black python's face with lightning speed. This happened too suddenly, the black python was unable to react to it at all. The white light directly struck its eye. PHSSSDD. The black python's eyes instantly became a BLOODY mess. An awful shrill cried out. The black python rolled on the ground in pain. The enormous body twisted non-stop, and its tail swept around randomly filled with attack power. Even Yi Yuan did not dare to rush up rashly at this time. He just gave the dying white tiger a look. The white tiger gazed towards Yi Yuan with full of gratitude. The little white tiger saw that the black python suffered injuries and plucked up its courage to come over to its mother's side. It used its tiny tongue to nurse its mother's wounds while periodically giving off whining sounds, appearing to be in great sorrow. However, this scene did not continue for too long. The black python roused from its pain, and a grating howl indicated that it was currently in an enraged state. The black python used its remaining eye to stare fixedly at Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan just looked at it smilingly and even crooked his finger at it, seemingly very contemptuous. That seven-colored flowing cloud python flew into an even greater rage seeing the situation. With a swoosh, it vanished. Yi Yuan was prepared long ago, and naturally would not be successfully ambushed by it. Similarly, with an instant flash, Yi Yuan vanished on the spot. That black python struck thin air. "Big stupid snake, I'm over here." Yi Yuan once again crooked his finger at the black python over at the other side. The seven-colored flowing cloud python seemed to understand Yi Yuan's words. It rushed towards Yi Yuan once more recklessly. Yi Yuan's movement technique was not much slower than the seven-colored flowing cloud python. He evaded once again. Having repeated this twice, as long as Yi Yuan dodged one more time, the seven-colored flowing cloud python would enter the place where Nanfeng Jiro was lying in ambush. Nanfeng Jiro was also sharpening her blade as she stared fixedly at the seven-colored flower at the black python's vital point. Yi Yuan dodged and entered the ambush radius. Just as he taunted the black python once again and Nanfeng Jiro was on the verge of striking, the black python actually hesitated. Damn it. This black python is naturally cunning. It actually grew suspicious of my actions. Yi Yuan's cursed in his heart. The Tsanghua sword shook, and a sword beam fired out again. Except, the black python that was prepared would not be struck so easily. It avoided it with a slide of its body. It was just that after the black python dodged, it still did not head over here. A bad premonition arose in Yi Yuan's heart. Indeed, the black python suddenly turned around and actually charged towards the white tiger. Damn it! Yi Yuan silently cursed and chased over with his sword. Nanfeng Jiro laid in ambush for so long, but that black python actually ran away. She could not help feeling very depressed. However, her lying in ambush did not hold much meaning anymore at this point. With a large stride out, she also chased after. This black python was abnormally cunning. Even though it gave away its back to Yi Yuan currently, it swayed around. There was simply no way of getting an accurate aim. Yi Yuan fired out multiple sword beams in a go and was evaded by it. In a blink, the black python was only several dozen meters away from the white tiger. This distance was merely an insignificant matter to it. The white tiger was already on the verge of death at the moment. After that fierce burst of strength just now, Pius said, it could no longer muster up strength at this time. It was not the black python's match from the start and was even bitten several times by the black python. Currently, it was not only covered in wounds, but it was also already deeply poisoned. How could it have the strength to resist? Seeing the black python pounce over, despair showed in the white tiger's eyes. Its gaze turned towards the tiny white tiger by its side as its eyes were full of unwillingness and helplessness. The little white tiger did not appear to be as frightened as it originally was at the current moment. Instead, it was snarling, baring its teeth at the black python and waving its claws about. It was sufficiently imposing, but sadly, it was too weak and tiny. Nanfeng Jiro was greatly anxious when she saw the situation. A series of sword beams shot over. It was just that her sword beams were much weaker compared to Yi Yuan's. Even if there were occasionally a few which landed on the black python's body, it neither hurt nor itched. Yi Yuan knew that it was too late. He immediately gritted his teeth. There's only this move. Little white tiger, if I slip up, don't blame me. In a thought, Yi Yuan lightly tossed the Tsanghua sword up into the air and then put his both hands together to form a sword, pointing it towards the Tsanghua sword. A strand of soul strength wrapped around essence energy escaped from the fingertip and directly penetrated the Tsanghua sword. Just like that, the Tsanghua sword actually suspended in midair. Sword driving technique. Go! Yi Yuan pointed with one hand. The Tsanghua sword turned into a streak of flowing light as it swooshed out, directly piercing the black python. The black python seemed to have sensed something. The speed of it pouncing towards the little white tiger became slower. But its body's swaying became even more pronounced said and even more difficult to pinpoint. Tsanghua sword's speed was even faster than the sword beams released by Yi Yuan earlier. Even so, this sword still missed. The black python gave off that horrible grating howl once again, as if it was expressing a victory declaration. Yi Yuan's face darkened, but his fingertips still pulled backward again. The Tsanghua sword rapidly drew a lone line across the air and turned into a streak of flowing light, shooting towards the black python once more. This time around, because the Tsanghua sword was too near to the black python did not expect this sword could actually return after going off. Being caught off guard, it was pierced through by Yi Yuan. SSS. The black python started rolling on the ground in agony once more, but it did not die straight away. This sword did not stab its vital areas. Senior apprentice sister, quickly go and follow up with a strike. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth and shouted. With a cling, the Tsanghua sword dropped on the ground. Yi Yuan was also sitting slumped on the ground, his entire person completely exhausted. Only now did Nanfeng Jiro recover from her surprise and hurriedly swung her sword to follow up with a blade. However, before Nanfeng Jiro even approached, the black python's tail swept by, nearly hitting her. Nanfeng Jiro was very anxious. She did not expect that this black python's vitality was actually so tenacious. She was actually unable to approach momentarily. Just then, a streak of white light flashed across. Chapter 159. Natural-Born Sovereign. Chapter 159. Natural-born sovereign Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro both stared wide-eyed as they watched this scene in disbelief. The little white tiger scurried to the black python's vital spot like lightning, ing at that seven-colored flower and biting down on it. The black python itself also did not think that this little white tiger would actually take advantage of his misfortune to profit from it. Furthermore, it could have bitten any other place, yet, it just had to bite down on its vital spot. This was lethal. The black python shook its body repeatedly, trying to shake off that little white tiger. However, the little white tiger's teeth locked down on that seven-colored flower securely and refused to let go. No matter how much the black python rocked, it just did not loosen up. Initially, the black python had its vital spot bitten. It already could not unleash a tenth of its full strength. With the addition of the injuries from battling the white tiger along with the wounds Yi Yuan inflicted, it would no longer move anymore after some time. It was just that it still twitched every now and then. A Tier 2 middle-stage demonic beast was actually bitten to death by a little white tiger just like that. Even though the black python was already unmoving, the little white tiger still refused to release its bite as it chomped down firmly without letting go. Yi Yuan picked up the Tsanghua sword, walked over to the black python's side, and petted the little white tiger's small head. The tiny white tiger seemed to have understood and only let go then. Yi Yuan was also afraid that the little white tiger did not bite viciously enough and supplemented another stab on the seven-colored flower, thoroughly ending the seven-colored flowing cloud python's life. After the little white tiger released its bite, it no longer bothered with the black python, but instead returned to its mother's side and used its tiny tongue to lick her wounds. Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro turned to look at each other and also did not know what to say. The two of them expended such an enormous effort, but the result was that it was this little fellow who gave the killing blow. But the speed which the little fellow displayed just now also made them have a completely new appraisal of it. Once this little fellow matures, it would be an absolutely terrifying character. Nanfeng Jiro glanced at the white tiger lying on the ground and looked at Yi Yuan again. Yi Yuan understood her meaning, but he shook his head and said, "She is too gravely injured. Moreover, she's also poisoned by that seven-colored flowing cloud python. There's already nothing I can do." Nanfeng Jiro said without any sign of giving up, "Didn't you bring a lot of medicinal pills? There should be detoxification pills and healing pills, right?" Yi Yuan sighed and said, "It's useless. Demonic beasts' physique is different from humans. They must use corresponding medicinal pills. The medicinal pills I brought along is no use to her." The medicinal pills used by demonic beasts formed a system of its own. They were different than the medicinal pills used by humans. Also, only Yi Yuan, this sort of alchemy Tao great master, could achieve such brilliant accomplishments in both systems at the same time. However, even a clever housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. Presently, there was no pill refinement room here. Without ingredients, no matter how amazing Yi Yuan was, it was also impossible for him to pull medicinal pills out from nothing. Yi Yuan saying this was the equivalent of sentencing the white tiger to death. Nanfeng Jiro could not bear it. Seeing the whimpering little white tiger, her tears started overflowing uncontrollably once again. Yi Yuan also found it hard to endure. He was not a person overflowing with compassion. It was just that the scene just now was overly similar to his experience in his past life. Although the white tiger was just a demonic beast, he still felt as if he experienced it himself. The white tiger's eyes, which were originally already shut, gradually opened at this time. It also seemed to have recovered a bit of consciousness. Seeing its mother open her eyes, the little white tiger involuntarily started jumping about in front of her in joy. The white tiger's gaze was full of loving kindness, completely unlike a fearsome demonic beast. Except, Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro both knew that this was the white tiger's final radiance before death. Most likely, it was already done for. The white tiger looked at the little white tiger with tender love, but its gaze feeded to Yi Yuan as it revealed an imploring intention. After that, she used all the strength in her body to use her head to push the little white tiger to Yi Yuan's feet. This white tiger was actually entrusting her child to him. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan did not wish to become a nanny. He still had many things he needed to do, and had no time to waste in this area. Even though he pitied this mother and son pair very much, he still felt that it was rather troublesome to ask him to raise this little white tiger. The white tiger clearly saw through Yi Yuan's reluctance, and could not help but give a low roar, akin to a final lamenting whine. The intent of begging was already very clear. Nanfeng Jiro could not help flying into a rage when she saw Yi Yuan hesitating. Yi Yuan, do you still have any sympathy? The little white tiger is already so pitiful. It lost its mother when it's so small. Leaving him here unchecked will cause him to be killed by other demonic beasts. If you aren't taking him in, I'll shelter him. Come, little white tiger. But the little white tiger did not approach Nanfeng Jiro but jumped back. It was evident that it was unwilling to leave its mother. The white tiger gave another roar, and her gaze became stern. The little white tiger looked like a child who did something wrong as it lowered its head, but it still headed over to Yi Yuan's feet. When Nanfeng Jiro saw this, her temper rose again. Hey little fellow, is your brain even working? He doesn't even want you, why did you run over to him for? Quickly come over to my side. As she spoke, Nanfeng Jiro reached out to hug the little white tiger, but the little white tiger squeezed in between Yi Yuan's legs and just refused to let Nanfeng Jiro hold it. Like this, Nanfeng Jiro became even more livid. She was originally someone with a fiery temper, but her goodwill was taken for ill intentions. It would be weirder if she did not get angry. Run some more. Keep running. Do you believe whether or not I'll yank your ears? Nanfeng Jiro had her hands on her hips, as she said with an enraged face. But the reply was a cat-like roar. This one human and one tiger actually started to play catching around Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was driven to a point where he was at a loss whether or cry or to laugh by Nanfeng Jiro. It turns out that this woman did not differentiate between demons or humans when she lost her temper. Alright. Stop circling. Keep going in circles, and I'm going to get dizzy. I'll keep the little white tiger, alright? Yi Yuan said impatiently. Yi Yuan pulled Nanfeng Jiro off and lowered his body to speak to the white tiger. Don't you worry, since I promised you, I'll take good care of him. Following me, his power in the future will definitely be above yours. You can go in peace. Not that Yi Yuan was callous, but it was because this white tiger was already done for long ago. The reason why it still did not paw us away was because Yi Yuan had yet to promise it. There was plainly a language barrier, but the white tiger seemed to have understood what Yi Yuan said. It gave off another low roar as if it was thanking Yi Yuan, and then gradually it fell silent. The little white tiger also seemed to have sensed something. It whined mournfully as it came to its mother's side, wanting to prop up its mother using its small head. But the white tiger did not react in the slightest. Nanfeng Jiro's tears poured out once again when she saw the situation. The awe of a tiger presently earlier was all gone. Such an emotional woman. Yi Yuan sighed and directly sat down on the spot, swallowing a medicinal pill to begin recovering. The sword-driving technique was also a divine soul secret art with extremely powerful might. It was just that it was still somewhat forceful for the current Yi Yuan. Just using it for a round trip just now already severely overdrew his essence energy and soul strength. After adjusting his condition for some time and waking up, Yi Yuan discovered that the little white tiger was currently circling around him. Seeing Yi Yuan look over, the little white tiger wagged its tail and tunneled into Yi Yuan's bosom. I'm perplexed. You don't even want him, so why does this little white tiger stick to you so? Nanfeng Jiro said very defiantly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This is charisma. I was born with the demeanor of a sovereign and can attract countless others to follow me. Yi, this little white tiger, is not normal. Just as Yi Yuan was blowing his own trumpet, his expression changed. Chapter 160. Divine Beast Progeny. Chapter 160. Divine Beast Progeny. What is it? Is there something wrong with the little white tiger? Nanfeng Jiro's heart plummeted as she quickly asked. Yi Yuan did not reply her and just turned the little white tiger all over to inspect several times and also used divine sense to investigate. His expression became increasingly solemn. Nanfeng Jiro was an anxious person. Seeing Yi Yuan mess around for so long and refusing to say anything, and his expression becoming uglier, she could not help asking anxiously, Just what is going on? Talk. Seriously, you'll be the death of me. He won't die, right? Only now did Yi Yuan look at Nanfeng Jiro as if he was staring at A-R-E-T-A-R-D what? Die. He couldn't be better. Nanfeng Jiro finally let out a sigh of relief, but immediately said huffily, If he's fine, then what are you pulling that long face for? Deliberately scaring me? Why can't you finish saying everything in one go? Just what happened to him? It can be counted as we picked up a treasure. This little thing has a huge background. Yi Yuan kept away his serious expression and seemed rather excited as he said, Huge background? Isn't it just a little white tiger? What background can it have? If it has backing, then why would it be forced to such an extent by a big black python? Nanfeng Jiro asked in suspicion. She looked left and right and could not see just which aspect of this little white tiger was extraordinary. Yi Yuan sighed and said, How many times have I told you? Knowledge is power. Why don't you have any progress at all up till now? Without knowledge, even if you entered a treasure mountain, you'll also return empty-handed. Nanfeng Jiro glared. Are you telling or not? Why do you have so much nonsense? Forget it. I already told you to educate yourself. It's true. That white tiger is just an ordinary white tiger, but this little white tiger is very different. Have you ever heard of the 4 phases divine beasts? Of course I heard of that before. The eastern azure dragon, the western white. Nanfeng Jiro was in the midst of talking when she suddenly thought of something and said in astonishment, You aren't about to tell me that this little white tiger is the white tiger divine beast? Nanfeng Jiro was stunned by Yi Yuan that even her words became stammers. What kind of concept were divine beasts? They were the absolute sovereigns of this world. Possessing the name of a divine beast, it was an existence that would surely step into the deity realm in the future as long as it did not die. Yi Yuan casually picked up a little white tiger, and it was the sovereign of the West, the white tiger divine beast? Are you kidding? But Yi Yuan gave a laugh and said, Of course he isn't a divine beast. However, he truly has the bloodline of the white tiger divine beast. It's just that his bloodline is too thin. Wanting to become a divine beast, too difficult, way too difficult. Yi Yuan naturally did not find it nice to say some things. In the divine realm, there were numerous demonic beasts that possessed divine beast bloodline. It was just that true pure-blooded divine beast bloodline could no longer be found today. Because in this stretch of heaven and earth, there was no longer the existence of deity realm. Naturally, there was also no existence of divine beasts. Possessing a faint divine beast bloodline, future accomplishments would definitely be extraordinary. As long as the strength of the bloodline is sufficient, Stepping into the Demon Emperor realm was virtually guaranteed. Demon Emperor realm was equivalent to the human Divine King realm. Also, the majority of divine beast progenies possessed innate divine abilities. Once they stepped into the Demon Emperor realm, their power would become incredible. In terms of the divine realm's pinnacle battle strength, there was actually not much difference between humans and the demon race. But, if he truly possessed divine beast bloodline, even if he doesn't become a divine beast, he should also be very amazing in the future, right? Nanfeng Jiro asked. Exactly. This little thing also has a name which belongs to itself, the Flowing Light White Tiger. A branch of the White Tiger divine beast's progenies. I truly did not expect that an ordinary white tiger could actually give birth to a flowing light white tiger. Looks like this little fellow's ancestral origin is not simple. Yi Yuan sighed in admiration. A flowing light white tiger? No wonder when he wanted to kill this black python earlier, his speed was so fast. Really akin to a bundle of flowing light. The flowing light white tiger is renowned for its speed. A mature flowing light white tiger at the bare minimum has the strength of Tier 5, taking form. At that point, his speed can compare with flying profound artifacts. Yi Yuan explained. So incredible? Then didn't we acquire a treasure? Nanfeng Jiro exclaimed in surprise. Above spirit artifacts were profound artifacts. The speed of flying profound artifacts was quick to the point it was inconceivable. The speed of flowing light white tigers could compare to flying profound artifacts. One could see the extent of their speed. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "You're thinking too much. A flowing light white tiger, from newborn to maturity, need at least 1,000 years. After he grows up, I'd have long reached the Divine King realm." Nanfeng Jiro curled her mouth and said with disdain, "Keep bragging. Divine King realm even. I've never even heard of what Divine King realm. Utter bulls. Hi+T. Not that Nanfeng Jiro was ignorant, but because this place, the state of Qin, was too small. Starting point determines one's horizons. How could the people of the boundless world know how the realms in the divine realm were divided? If they could rise to a certain realm, their horizons would naturally broaden. Towards Nanfeng Jiro's disdain, Yi Yuan just smiled but did not explain. He and Nanfeng Jiro were simply not on the same level. There was naturally no way of communicating. But with me around, his realm might catch up to. Maybe even Serpa. S. Yuan phase within 10 years. Nanfeng Jiro said with a smile. So fast? You aren't bragging again, are you? Nanfeng Jiro asked in disbelief. When have you ever seen me brag? This little fellow's foundation is much better than Yuan phase. As long as I use medicinal pills to supplement, his future accomplishments definitely won't be low. Furthermore, this small fellow has already awoken its bloodline just now. Its future cultivation speed would be very rapid. Yi Yuan explained. About this point, Nanfeng Jiro did not doubt Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's attainments in the alchemy Dao had already completely exceeded her understanding. He would frequently pull out medicinal pills that she had never even heard of. Also, he dared to promise Yuan Fei to let him break through to Tier 4. It was likely not spoken carelessly. Then would it not be a very effortless thing for him to help a little white tiger? Fine, I know that you're amazing. The little white tiger is so adorable. How about we give him a name? Look how white and fluffy he is, why not call him Whitey? Nanfeng Jiro directly decided it. Roar! The little white tiger roared in a low cat-like tone to show its protest. Clearly, it disliked this name. Nanfeng Jiro fumed and said, "Humph! Even if you don't like it, you'll have to accept it. It's Whitey. When he runs, it looks like a beam of white light. I say. Call him White Light, how's that?" Yi Yuan was asking the little white tiger. The little white tiger arched in Yi Yuan's bosom. It was clear that it tacitly approved of this name. "Haha, then in future, you're called White Light." Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Humph! You ungrateful tiger. Just now, who was the one fighting hard before managing to keep you? This fellow was prepared to abandon you. He isn't a good person. Nanfeng Jiro said crossly. Roar! What replied her was White Light's angry roar. All right, don't delay any more time here. We still have to search around this Blackwater ravine. Perhaps there's good stuff. This 7-colored flowing cloud python definitely discovered something to hang on here and not leave, Yi Yuan said as he interrupted Nanfeng Jiro's provocation. The pair found a place to bury the white tiger and also retrieved the 7-colored flowing cloud python's inner core, then brought White Light into the depths of the Blackwater ravine. Chapter 161, Blood Bodhi. Chapter 161, Blood Bodhi. The 2 humans and 1 tiger walked towards the deep parts of the Blackwater ravine. Roughly after 15 minutes, an enormous cliff in front cut off their path. No path? There isn't even anything good on the way here. Nanfeng Jiro said dispiritedly. Yi Yuan also halted his footstep. Surveying the surroundings, he also failed to discover anything useful. This whole road here, he had been paying attention to the surroundings. If there were any natural treasures, it absolutely could not escape his eyes. But up until now, he also did not have any discovery. Could it be that the 7-colored flowing cloud python truly just took a liking to this place and wanted to have it to itself? That doesn't make sense. With that big black python's strength, it could totally go into the deeper areas to occupy even better territories. Why did it choose here? Yi Yuan also remained puzzled after pondering over it. Ha ha! Didn't you boast that you're all-knowing? To think that you also have times where you stumble. What knowledge is power, now? Knowledge has become a popped bubble, right? Nanfeng Jiro ridiculed relentlessly. Towards Yi Yuan's repeated verbal attacks on her being brainless, Nanfeng Jiro held a deep grudge against it. Women bore grudges the most. Beautiful women harbored resentment even more. It was just that every time, Yi Yuan's prediction was all very accurate. Nanfeng Jiro kept being unable to get a hold of something, so she had no way of retorting. This time, it was not easy for her to see Yi Yuan shrivel. Nanfeng Jiro naturally chose to hit a person who was down. The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched. He had the sort of feeling like he dug a hole for himself to jump into. However, he kept feeling that his judgment was not wrong. The problem was, where was the natural treasure? Yi Yuan, please, next time, don't you? Yi, White Light, where are you going? Nanfeng Jiro was currently reproving Yi Yuan, but White Light turned into a beam of white light and ran towards the cliff. Yi Yuan's eye involuntarily lit up when he saw the situation. Could it be that this little fellow knew where the stuff was? White Light came to the cliff and directly ran upwards, stepping onto a piece of rock, and then left jump, right leap as he scaled up like it was flat ground. At an extremely high place, White Light's figure flashed, and suddenly vanished. Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro looked closely and saw that there was actually a little cave there. White Light entered the cave. Could there really be something good? Nanfeng Jiro muttered to herself. At this time, she clearly also guessed what White Light went over to do and could not resist quietly cursing, hoping that White Light just went to play. It would be best if it did not find anything. Even though White Light did not come out yet, not knowing why, Nanfeng Jiro felt that her face was somewhat burning hot. So, it's hidden in such an obscure place. No wonder I couldn't find it even after searching for so long. I didn't think that White Light actually had this sort of ability. Yi Yuan was also very surprised by White Light's abilities. Thinking about it, Yi Yuan was also relieved. Most likely, it was fruits or something similar, so White Light smelled it. Before long, White Light's figure appeared at the entrance once again. Except that this time, his mouth held a tiny object. White Light clamped down on that tiny object as it ran down the cliff, arriving at Yi Yuan's side. White Light's mouth held a flower stem. A tiny fruit grew on it. It said this thing over to Yi Yuan and even wagged its tail in a bid to garner likes, looking rather cute. Yi Yuan smiled as he petted White Light's little head to show encouragement. He picked up that tiny fruit rather excitedly because he had already recognized this tiny fruit. It's actually blood Bodhi. No wonder that 7-colored flowing cloud python is attached to this place. Turns out that it's for this. Nanfeng Jiro was rather embarrassed, as said, but she was unable to resist her curiosity and secretly sized up that tiny thing. That was a tiny blood-red fruit which did not appear to be very eye-catching. If it were her, most likely when she saw it she would have treated it like she didn't see it and directly pass it over. Yi Yuan could not help finding it funny when he saw Nanfeng Jiro wanting to speak but stopping and her furtive appearance. Aware that girls are thin-skinned, Yi Yuan also did not agitate her anymore, but explained. This blood Bodhi is good stuff. This is a tier 3 medicinal herb, and it's also exceedingly rare. If that 7-colored flowing cloud python swallowed this item, it would most likely directly break through to late-stage tier 2 demonic beast. Nanfeng Jiro saw that Yi Yuan did not have any intention to reverse checkmating her and could not help quietly letting out a sigh of relief. But her mouth still remained stubborn as she said, I also didn't make you explain. Fine, fine. It's me who likes to show off and just have to explain for you to listen, alright? Only then was Nanfeng Jiro pleased. But she immediately could not hold back her curiosity, so she asked, since this blood Bodhi is so incredible, why did it not eat this for so long? Yi Yuan smiled and said, also counts as that fellow being unlucky I guess. If what I predict is right, this blood Bodhi was not yet ripe before. It maturing was also a matter of these 2 days. He had yet to eat it when he encountered the white tiger and us, which let us pick up a ready-made freebie. But it would be a reckless waste of G.O.'s gift to let it eat this thing like that. Using this to refine a tier 3 medicinal pill, the Bodhi pill, it can let crystal formation realm martial artists rise a minor realm unconditionally. Furthermore, there's completely no side effects. Nanfeng Jiro could not help opening her mouth wide after listening to it all. Unconditionally letting crystal formation realm martial artists rise by a minor realm, just what kind of concept was this? For crystal formation realm martial artists, forget about breakthrough a minor realm, even if there were a tiny bit of advancement, it would require the ACCU mulation of time. Among the state of Qin's crystal formation realm martial artists, apart from the Lord Dean and the alchemist A.S. Association's Lord Wu Daofeng, who were at the 2nd-level crystal formation realm, the rest were all at the 1st-level crystal formation realm. Nanfeng Jiro's father, Nanfeng Yi, who was also the ruler of the state of Qin, had already broken through to the crystal formation realm for over 20 years. However, he still remained at the 1st-level crystal formation realm. It was clear just how challenging a matter it was for crystal formation realm martial artists to want to advance a step forward. There were 2 high-rank alchemy grandmasters in the state of Qin, but they were unable to refine medicinal pills which could allow crystal formation realm martial artists to directly break through a minor realm. Yet Yi Yuan could. If Yi Yuan displayed this medicinal pill in front of these people, there would only be 2 outcomes. The first was that they kill Yi Yuan, then fight to the bitter end for this single medicinal pill. There was another, which was to follow behind Yi Yuan and hope to obtain his favor so that he would bestow that medicinal pill to him. Even the 2 high-rank alchemy grandmasters would be unable to remain unperturbed when they see the Bodhi pill, right? In reality, when Yi Yuan said he could help Yuan Fei break through to Tier 4, Nanfeng Jiro still did not have much of a concept, because that was too far away from her. But to help crystal formation realm martial artists rise a minor realm, the shock this brought her was tremendous. Nanfeng Jiro looked at Yi Yuan with eager eyes, an appearance like she was holding back the words at the tip of her tongue. Yi Yuan laughed out loud and knew what she was thinking of right away. he said. Relax, this blood Bodhi can refine at least 10 Bodhi pills. When the time comes, I'll save one for your father. Yi Yuan finished speaking. Nanfeng Jiro's face reddened, but she still said gratefully, "Thank you." Yi Yuan said deridingly, "You've never thanked me regarding your own matter, but you thank me for your imperial father's matter. It really makes me feel overwhelmingly flattered. However, you also know that I just broke through to the spirit condensation realm. Wanting to refine the Bodhi pill, most likely, I still need a few days." Nanfeng Jiro did not lose her temper this time around. Instead, she hurriedly shook her head. "No rush. There's no hurry." Chapter 162, Medicinal Pill Dealer. Chapter 162, Medicinal Pill Dealer, the Lotus Moon Gorge. An immensely vast gorge, which took up a huge area, was located over 1,000 miles from the endless forest. The 1,000-mile radius was the limits for spirit condensation realm martial artists. The danger would increase significantly when heading further north. The 1,000-mile radius of the endless forest was mostly the territories of Tier 2 demonic beasts. Only in extremely few places would there be Tier 3 demonic beasts, such as the Crimson Summit Ridge. Rather, beyond the 1,000-mile radius, the number of Tier 3 demonic beasts would have a substantial increase. Under normal circumstances, spirit condensation realm martial artists were absolutely unwilling to cross this 1,000-mile marker. Normally, the Lotus Moon Gorge was a land where few traversed. But these few days, there were more and more human martial artists gathering at the Lotus Moon Gorge. Their strength also became increasingly more powerful. From the weak first-level and second-level spirit condensation realm martial artists to the 8th-level and 9th-level spirit condensation realm martial artists, they were numerous of them here. Among them, there were even some human martial artists who were the same as Suyubai being at the half-step crystal formation realm. Then in the depths of the gorge, unusual undulations were faintly reverberating out. Everyone knew that there were extremely rare natural treasures about to be born. On the other side of the gorge, large numbers of Tier 2 demonic beasts similarly gathered, facing the human camp across the distance. Both sides maintained relative restraint and did not come to blows. In reality, when the Lotus Moon Gorge demonic beast outbreak started, humans and demonic beasts both had frictions which were not small. But following the increase in the number of human martial artists and demonic beasts, and along with the increase in cultivation realm, both sides fell into a stalemate. Because even more powerful experts appeared on both sides, so the restraint became even stronger. Crystal formation realm martial artists appeared among the human martial artists, while Tier 3 demonic beasts also appeared among the demonic beasts. Even though Tier 3 demonic beasts were unable to communicate with humans, their intelligence was no longer low. Naturally, they did not wish to suffer too great a loss of power before the treasure was born. The human martial artists also felt the same. Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro were currently hanging around those low-level human martial artists. Presently, Yi Yuan's and Nanfeng Jiro's attire had already been changed into ordinary demonic beast hunter outfit. Even Nanfeng Jiro's face was now different. Otherwise, with her appearance, it was very easy to stir up unnecessary trouble. There were too many experts in this place. Drawing people's attention was clearly not a wise move. As a matter of fact, Yi Yuan initially planned to let Nanfeng Jiro head back first, and he would come here alone. But when he mentioned letting Nanfeng Jiro go back first, Nanfeng Jiro flew into a rage and wielded her sword to fight with Yi Yuan. The result naturally concluded with Yi Yuan losing, so he had no choice but to bring her along. But Yi Yuan raised a demand which was that no matter what situation it was, she had to obey him. This was Yi Yuan's bottom line. Lotus Moon Gorge could not be compared to previously. The pair's strength was too weak. They could only fish in muddied waters. If they did not lay low, they would only be eaten by others until not even bones were left. At that time, even if there was Yuan Fei around, they might not obtain any advantage. Currently, on the human side of the gorge, they basically existed in small groups of 3s and 5s. Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro formed a small team. Among these groups, they should belong to the lowest level of existences, so they obviously would not draw people's attention. Yi Yuan, did you manage to inquire any information when you went out just now? Nanfeng Jiro asked through transmission. And I heard some things, but the majority of them were rumors. However, what's basically confirmed now is that what's going to be born should be a fire attribute treasure. According to the undulations coming from the depths of the gorge, it would be a matter of these 2 days, Yi Yuan replied. But there are so many people, and they are so powerful. Even crystal formation realm martial artists also appeared. Do we have any chance? Nanfeng Jiro originally did not think that there were actually so many people gathered here. She thought that it was only an ordinary treasure. Who knew that after arriving, they would see so many spirit condensation realm martial artists, which instantly put a damper on their mood. So many experts, how could it come to their turn? She admits that Yi Yuan was very amazing, but his cultivation realm was too low after all. Dealing with 1 or 2 people was not yet an issue, but with so many people, how should they make a move? Furthermore, the current distribution of terrain was completely divided based on strength. Those half-step crystal formation realm, 9th level, 8th level spirit condensation realm martial artists were basically in the innermost area. Once the treasure was born, they would definitely be the foremost to charge inside. How could they, these outer ring martial artists, get their turn? Yi Yuan just smiled and said, natural treasures are obtained by those who are fated for it. Doesn't mean that their strength is high and they would definitely obtain it. With me, Yi Yuan around, why do they even bother? TCH, keep bragging. How do you know that you're the fated person? Nanfeng Jiro had a scornful face. I said before, a naturally born sovereign, who else but myself? Yi Yuan boasted without shame. Enough C.R.A.P. Be serious. What on earth should we do? Nanfeng Jiro was thoroughly defeated. What else can we do? Conserve strength and build up energy, then wait and see. The moment the treasure is born, there would definitely be a violent clash between the human martial artists and demonic beasts. At that time, you just have to stay out of trouble, and that will do. Let me handle the rest, Yi Yuan said. Nanfeng Jiro felt that she became a burden in a flash. Auntie clearly made her come and protect him. But up till now, why did Nanfeng Jiro feel that it was always Yi Yuan protecting her? Moreover, Yi Yuan's current strength was already not beneath her. He did not even require her protection anymore. This world changed too quickly. Just as Nanfeng Jiro was cursing inwardly, a hubbub of voices was heard. Excellent medicinal pills. Top-quality medicinal pills. Drunken Star Manor's products are definitely the cream of the crop. Tier 2 Qi returning pill, Tier 2 heart protecting pill, Tier 2 healing medicine, Tier 2 detoxification pill. All sorts of medicinal pills are available. A martial artist wearing gray shouted at the top of his voice. This shout immediately drew the attention of many martial artists. The majority of these martial artists were demonic beast hunters who had already been roaming within the endless forest for a very long time. All the necessary medicines on their bodies were pretty much all gone. For a medicinal pill merchant to suddenly appear at this time, it naturally stirred up quite a commotion. When Yi Yuan heard that someone was selling medicinal pills, he also could not help but look over. Many people were already surrounding him. At this time, perhaps a medicinal pill could save lives. However, Yi Yuan's nose lightly moved and already sniffed out that those medicinal pills were fake goods. While the outer appearance was virtually the same as some medicinal pills from the Drunken Star Manor, the medicinal effects were most likely not even 50% of them. Yi Yuan just gave a faint smile and no longer bothered with the things happening over there. What he needed now was to remain low-key, not to be in the limelight. Nanfeng Jiro seemed to have seen that something was wrong and could not resist asking, What are you smiling for? Does that person have a problem? There's no issue with the person, the problem lies with the medicinal pills. But eating them won't kill people anyway, so let him be, Yi Yuan said indifferently. No way. How did you see it? Nanfeng Jiro was at the very least an alchemist, but she could not see any issue at all. The medicinal pills' ingredients don't have any problem. It's just that when refining, mist yuan water was added in. The portion originally capable of refining one medicinal pill was refined into 4/5 pills by him. The medicinal effects would naturally be much worse, Yi Yuan explained. You saw that at a glance? Nanfeng Jiro asked in shock. Chapter 163. Not buying. Chapter 163. Not buying. Not saw it, but smelled it. Yi Yuan pointed to his nose and said. But the mist yuan water is odorless. How did you smell it? Nanfeng Jiro asked in amazement. The mist yuan water is odorless, but when mixed into medicinal pills, it would give off a faint sort of special fragrance, Yi Yuan said. But you're so far away from there. Do you have a dog's nose? Nanfeng Jiro was flabbergasted. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and was similarly speechless. Couldn't you make a better comparison? This is an ability that has been repeatedly tempered out. Heh, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yi Yuan's sensitivity towards medicinal pills was etched deeply into the divine soul after repeated tempering. Virtually every type of medicinal herb, he was able to sensitively detect it. Rather than say it was the smell, it should be that it was his divine soul's instinctive reaction. After the incident last time, Nanfeng Jiro no longer doubted Yi Yuan. This fellow, as long as it was something which involved medicinal pills or herbal ingredients, his predictions and judgment were virtually 100% accurate. He had never made any errors. He said that these medicinal pills had problems, so these medicinal pills must have issues. Nonetheless, Nanfeng Jiro followed Yi Yuan and was not worried that the medicinal pills had problems. Who knew how many medicinal pills this fellow refined for this trip? It was like they were never-ending. Nanfeng Jiro knew that Yi Yuan clearly only prepared for a day. Where did so many medicinal pills come from? Nanfeng Jiro felt that she was becoming more and more interested in Yi Yuan. The more she could not understand Yi Yuan, the more she wanted to understand him. What sort of feeling was this? Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro were chatting over here, but that medicinal pill merchant's business was abnormally good. He had his hands full. This brother, aren't you going to buy some pills? In a crisis, these medicinal pills can save lives. My medicinal pills are all Drunken Star Manor product. The medicinal effects are definitely exceptional. After that medicinal pill merchant busied himself for some time, he started to promote his medicinal pills to a cold-faced demonic beast hunter. Yi Yuan had long noticed that demonic beast hunter. When others were swarming to buy medicinal pills, he never moved. Not only did he not move, none of the 4 people in his small group moved. Not buying. The cold-faced man just lightly said these 2 words. Brother, these medicinal pills of mine are top-quality medicinal pills. You're also aware of the Drunken Star Manor's pills. They are matchless in the state of Qin. The medicinal pill seller kept on praising the good points of the Drunken Star Manor's medicinal pills repeatedly. Hearing that medicinal pill seller praising the Drunken Star Manor so fervently, Yi Yuan also felt somewhat displeased. However, he also understood that he was doing business. Bragging a little was a necessity. But now was not the time to get angry, so he held it back. After that demonic beast hunter calmly listened to that medicinal pill seller's touting, he said 2 more words lightly, not buying. I say brother, why? The medicinal pill seller was somewhat dispirited. That demonic beast hunter gave him a look and said, I only buy Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's medicinal pills and nothing else. When Yi Yuan heard that, he promptly felt more soothed. There were still clear-minded people in this world. Once he said this, the medicinal pill seller became unhappy. Brother, not that I'm reproaching you, but the fragrant medicine pavilion is close to shutting down. What are you clinging onto that tree for? From the way I see it, before 1 month, the fragrant medicine pavilion will definitely shut down. Could it be that you, brother, aren't going to eat medicinal pills in the future? The icy-faced man gave the medicinal pill seller a cold glance and said, "The fragrant medicine pavilion definitely won't shut down. Pavilion Lord Yi is currently in closed seclusion. After he exits seclusion, he'll definitely have means to turn the tide." Humph. Dream on. Who doesn't know that the fragrant medicine pavilion already doesn't have the strength to save the situation? How many days has it been? The fragrant medicine pavilion remained silent this whole time, while the drunken Star Manor already relied on the essence-gathering pill to completely dominate the state of Qin's medicinal pill market. In future, it will be the drunken Star Manor having a monopoly. Furthermore, Manor Lord Wan has always been suppressing Yi Hang in terms of cultivation realm. What is the fragrant medicine pavilion relying on to turn around? The cold-faced man gave a cold laugh. So what? The drunken Star Manor appears to be dignified and honorable, but everyone is clear in their hearts how many filthy things they did secretly. Pavilion Lord Yi has a benevolent heart and mind. He treats us demonic beast hunters like brothers. I believe that heaven has eyes. The fragrant medicine pavilion will surely tide over this crisis. After the man said all this, regretful expressions involuntarily showed up on the faces of those who originally bought the medicinal pills. Many of them had received the grave of the fragrant medicine pavilion, but their support towards the fragrant medicine pavilion at this time was inferior to this small team. Humph. Truly thick head. Alright, don't buy now. In the future, even if you beg to buy from me, I also won't sell to you. Finest. Hi+ing, the medicinal pill seller flicked his sleeves and left. The cold-faced man could not be bothered with him, and sat back down. The medicinal pill seller was not too affected by it and continued to tout his medicinal pills. It was just that after that man caused such a commotion, his business immediately fell drastically. The cold-faced man stared at the back view of the medicinal pill seller and let out a cold snort. Right then, a voice from God knows where secretly transmitted directly into his ears. The cold-faced man heard that, and his expression instantly changed. After musing for some time, he suddenly stood up. Everybody, don't buy his medicinal pills. These medicinal pills are all fake. This fellow is a cheat. The cold-faced man shouted loudly. Hearing the cold-faced man shout, all those who bought the medicinal pills tensed up. What followed was using unkind eyes to stare at the medicinal pill seller. The medicinal pill seller was also greatly alarmed. He was somewhat guilty, but in front of so many people, he had to remain strong. Don't slander me. It's fine if you didn't purchase, but you're even ruining my business here. Do you really take me to be easy to bully? These medicinal pills have the unique marking of the drunken Star Manor. They are absolutely genuine goods. You dare to besmirch the name of drunken Star Manor? The medicinal pill seller said furiously. The cold-faced man smiled coldly and said, "Snort? It's true that these medicinal pills are from the drunken Star Manor, but are the medicinal pills refined by the drunken Star Manor truly without problems? What problem is there, say it. If you don't give a proper justification, then this grudge of ours is set. After returning to the capital, I'll pass these words to the drunken Star Manor," the medicinal pill seller threatened. These past 1 month, the drunken Star Manor had become incomparably domineering. The fragrant medicine pavilion gradually fell, and they virtually became a monopoly. The people who came out from the drunken Star Manor basically all had their noses pointed to the skies. Since this medicinal pill seller was selling the drunken Star Manor's pills, he definitely had significant ties with the drunken Star Manor. The cold-faced man remained unperturbed and said with a smile, "I'm afraid that the medicinal effects of these pills aren't even half of the finished products. What intentions are you harboring to use these medicinal pills to hoodwink everyone?" When he said this, everyone's faces changed again. While medicinal effects being insufficient is not a big issue, at the crucial time, it could kill. For example, a Tier 2 Qi returning pill. If the medicinal effects were lacking and could only recover a very small part of essence energy, wouldn't that be waiting for death? Hearing the cold-faced man said this, the medicinal pill seller did not get nervous. Instead, he smiled gleefully and said, "You say that my medicinal pill's effects are lacking, won't we know after letting everyone try it?" Chapter 164. Try testing a few moves. Chapter 164. Try testing a few moves. Seeing the medicinal pill seller so full of confidence, the cold-faced man's heart started to falter. Could it be that he really fell for someone else's trap? That person said that he also received great kindness from Pavilion Lord Yi, which was why he wanted to expose this scammer. Could it be that he was simply secreting with him? While he was talking, the medicinal pill seller already walked in front of a martial artist. He sold pills to earlier and sincerely invited him to test the medicinal pill. He even promised that as long as he was willing to test it, he would gift another 5 Tier 2 Qi returning pills. That martial artist was initially somewhat reluctant, but after thinking that at most it would be insufficient medicinal effects and should not have too big an effect on him, he nodded his head and agreed. The medicinal pill seller cupped his fists and said to everybody, everyone also saw that. "This brother over here refused to buy my medicinal pills. That's also fine. But now, he came out to defame my character. This one cannot turn a deaf ear to this. In order to prove my innocence, I invited this brother here to help test the medicinal pills. There shouldn't be a problem, right?" After the medicinal pill seller finished talking, there was someone who called out to the martial artist preparing to test. "Lin Feng, you aren't bought over by that guy, right?" "Bought over your granny. I, Lin Feng, have worked among demonic beast hunters for so many years. Who isn't aware of my character? If you don't feel assured, then come and test yourself." Lin Feng directly told him off. "Ha ha. We can trust you. Quickly test it and tell us how you feel after trying it." "Don't worry, with so many people watching, could I scam everyone?" "Finest. Hi+ing, Lin Feng no longer dilly-dallied. He directly retrieved a Tier 2 Qi returning pill just bought from the medicinal pill seller and swallowed it. Having consumed the medicinal pill, Lin Feng meditated on the spot and started to refine the medicinal strength. Everybody was watching each and every one of Lin Feng's actions, especially the cold-faced man and his small team. Even though their expression remained cool and collected, their hearts started drumming long ago. The cold-faced man was currently somewhat regretting his impulsiveness earlier. But for the sake of benefactor Yi Hang, even losing face once was also worth it. Back then, the cold-faced man was heavily injured and dying, and also penniless. The drunken Star Manor straightaway barred him outside the door, but Yi Hang treated him for free. This grace, even if he were smashed to pieces, it would be difficult to repay. Hence, he only hesitated slightly when he heard that mysterious transmission just now before standing up right away. Making a mistake would at most be losing face once. At the most, he won't take part in this treasure-seizing operation. But if it were really true, then it would be a heavy blow to Drunken Star Manor's reputation, and also an opportunity for the fragrant medicine pavilion to come back from the dead. He was willing to gamble. "Yi Yuan, why does that cold-faced man also know that the medicinal pills are fake? Could his standards actually be around your level?" Nanfeng Jiro could not help feeling astonished when she saw this situation as she transmitted her voice to ask. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I told him. I knew that it was your doing. But why would he listen to you, a stranger? I was just testing him, didn't think that he really stood up. I can let father take him in to be a retainer or something after going back. It's also time for our Yi family to nurture our own forces. And today, just take it as the first step to eradicating the Drunken Star Manor," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. You! You! Nanfeng Jiro heard Yi Yuan say all that, but her expression turned even uglier. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't you worry. My father and I have no interest in secular authority. Why we are doing this is just so that the Yi family would have a relatively safe environment. If your imperial father can't set his mind at ease in future, I can make father relocate from the state of Qin. No need. I'll do my best to prevent this sort of thing from happening." Yi Yuan just smiled and did not say anything else. He knew that Nanfeng Yi was very fearful of the Su family and Wan family, which was why they secretly propped up his father, Yi Hang. But the Wan family had to be extinguished. As for the Su family, at least Su Yubai and Su Yulin, these two people, he did not plan on letting off. That was to say, the Yi family would be a monopoly in the future. Would Nanfeng Yi still be at ease? Nanfeng Jiro was ultimately still a little girl. Unless she broke through to the crystal formation realm, her words would forever lack any weight. While talking, Lin Feng already finished refining. He opened his eyes, and everyone stared at him. Lin Feng stood up and slowly opened his mouth to say, "There's no issue with the medicinal pill. My essence energy, which originally only had 50% or so left, has already recovered to 80% now." Once Lin Feng finished speaking, the medicinal pill seller looked at the cold-faced man with a pleased face. "Brother, just what intentions do you have for slandering me so? Unless you are Yi family's minion and saw that things cannot continue for you all, that's why you used this sort of underhanded tricks to besmirch the Drunken Star Manor?" The medicinal pill seller no longer hid his support and directly opened fire. The cold-faced man was infuriated after hearing his words. This medicinal pill seller had sinister motives and wanted to make a false countercharge to thoroughly ruin Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's reputation. How could he tolerate? Just as the cold-faced man was about to make a move, he heard that mysterious voice again. "No rush. You let that Lin Feng try using essence energy." Hearing this voice again, the cold-faced man's heart settled down a bit. Maybe this fellow was not Screwing him? "Lin Feng, try testing a few moves and see if there's any change in essence energy," the cold-faced man suddenly shouted. When the medicinal pill seller heard this, the originally pleased look instantly faded, and he could not help flying into a great rage. "This fellow! Truly rude! You and I have no grudge. I just said a few sentences about the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Just why do you keep repeatedly setting yourself against me? Could I have really hit the mark? Your Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's lackey?" The cold-faced man ignored him and just said to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, try testing a few moves. If there's really no issue, our team's gains this time will all belong to you." The cold-faced man really risked it all and directly took out all the gains from the operation this time as the bargaining chip. The medicinal pill seller's expression changed when he heard this and was just about to stop it when he heard Lin Feng chuckle and say, "SHI plus Kaiyong, you said it? Alright, I'll test out a few moves. Finest. HI plus Ing," and without waiting for the medicinal pill seller to stop him, he directly unleashed several palm knives. Who knew that after a few palm knives were struck out, Lin Feng's face greatly changed. This medicinal pill really does have problems. My essence energy expenditure is actually 3 to 4 times faster than normal. Lin Feng cried out. These words were just like throwing down a bomb. All the martial artists' gaze locked onto the medicinal pill seller. "Molly. Malicious slanders. My medicinal pills don't have any issues. It must be that you guys colluded together." The medicinal pill seller remained stubborn and refused to admit it. "Screw your uncle. I, Lin Feng, have worked in this occupation for so long, no one has ever said that about me, your father. You sold fake medicine to me, your father, and even said that your father is slandering you. Brothers, go and waste him." Lin Feng unwittingly flew into a great rage, and was about to call his team to waste that medicinal pill seller. The medicinal pill seller was greatly alarmed and instinctively wanted to run. But the surroundings were encircled by demonic beast hunters. Where to flee to? Wait. Lin Feng's team was about to take action when S.H.I. plus Kaiyong stopped it. Chapter 165. Expert. Chapter 165. Expert what? S.H.I. plus Kaiyong, you aren't trying to protect him this time, right? Lin Feng asked in a harsh tone. Emotions were running high at the moment. Lin Feng himself was also the person who was swindled. His tone naturally would not be good. However, S.H.I. plus Kaiyong did not mind. He just said icily, Lin Feng, leave it to me. I have ways of making him yield everything. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to deal with him. As he spoke, S.H.I. plus Kaiyong looked over to the medicinal pill seller. That ice-cold gaze made the medicinal pill seller unwittingly shudder. When S.H.I. plus Kaiyong said so, Lin Feng was no longer so insistent. He dusted his hands and said, Fine, up to you. S.H.I. plus Kaiyong looked at the medicinal pill seller and asked coldly, Are you going to submit, or do you want me to take action? The medicinal pill seller gritted his teeth and advanced instead of retreating as he attacked S.H.I. plus Kaiyong. But before he even touched S.H.I. plus Kaiyong, a person shot out from the sides to attack his flank. The medicinal pill seller was greatly shocked and hurriedly evaded. But another person cut off his path of retreat. Boom! The medicinal pill seller took a blow to his back and staggered as he charged over towards S.H.I. plus Kaiyong. What greeted him was a solid punch, right in the abdomen. The medicinal pill seller was in so much pain that his mouth went wide open. Right then, a tiny thing which shot out from who knew where flashed past and accurately landed inside his mouth. Gulp! The medicinal pill seller involuntarily swallowed on his own and immediately felt that things were not good. Ugh! Herc! The medicinal pill seller desperately tried to vomit out the thing he swallowed, but that thing melted once it entered his mouth. Just a short while and it vanished with trace. Immediately after, he felt his divine soul tremble, and then, he became unaware of anything. When S.H.I. plus Kaiyong saw this scene, he also felt slightly afraid. Just now, he wanted to find who threw that object but did not manage to do so. That mysterious person was clearly an expert. You can ask now. Ask him anything, and he will answer. At this time, that voice appeared inside S.H.I. plus Kaiyong's mind once again. S.H.I. plus Kaiyong was stunned. Only now did he know why that mysterious person wanted him to pry that medicinal pill seller's mouth open. Could that be a medicinal pill which was thrown in just now? What kind of medicinal pill could actually have such an effect? S.H.I. plus Kaiyong collected his emotions and opened his mouth and asked the medicinal pill seller, Just who in the world are you? Why did you come here to peddle medicinal pills? The medicinal pill seller answered woodenly, I'm called Huang Song, a retainer of the Wan family. The owner sent me to the endless forest to sell medicinal pills to you all. At the same time, planned to defame the fragrant medicine pavilion to make them unable to rise again. S.H.I. plus Kaiyong instantly felt his blood boil when he heard that. This drunken star manor will really stop at nothing. They already occupied such a huge advantage, yet they had to drive the fragrant medicine pavilion to their wits' ends. Did Wan Donghai make you sell these fake medicinal pills? S.H.I. plus Kaiyong gnashed his teeth as he held his patience and asked. No, it's the second boss, W.A.N.G. Dongyang. He said that those demonic beast hunters are all miserable wretches unworthy of using such fine medicinal pills. Hence, he refined these medicinal pills anew, lessened the medicinal strength, and even added some stuff to make you all temporarily unable to feel the decline in medicinal effect. But as long as essence energy is utilized, it will be exposed. Pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, it directly turned the whole matter upside down. I'm going to F*ck him, that W.A.N.G. Dong Yang. He's the miserable wretch. His whole family is all miserable wretches. F*ck your mom. Your father won't ever go to the Drunken Star Manor to buy medicinal pills anymore. Mother! Indeed, none of those brothers are good things. Who supported the Drunken Star Manor? Isn't it us, these demonic beast hunters? To actually scold us miserable wretches? And even sell fake medicine? Briefly, public sentiments were raging. With this, the Drunken Star Manor's reputation among demonic beast hunters is already utterly rotten. Next, S.H.I. plus Kaiyong asked a few more inner circle questions, but Huang Song did not know much. Even so, some behind the scenes were still dug out by S.H.I. plus Kaiyong, such as killing demonic beast hunters to rob them and etc. All these touched the bottom line of the demonic beast hunters even more. The demonic beast hunters present most likely took up a significant percentage of the state of Qin's demonic beast hunters. One could imagine how the Drunken Star Manor's business would be like in the future. After some time, Huang Song suddenly woke up. Seeing the countless vicious gazes, his heart instantly trembled. What happened to me earlier? What are you thinking of doing? I'm someone from the Drunken Star Manor. You dare to touch me? Huang Song stammered. Lin Feng looked at Huang Song and kept smiling. Except that the smile, no matter how one looked at it, did not appear too friendly. Brothers, we bought so many medicinal pills just now. Since these medicinal pills are all fake, then shouldn't we return them to him? Lin Feng suddenly said to everyone. These demonic beast hunters were all experienced. When Lin Feng said that, they guessed Lin Feng's intentions and could not help praising. The outcome that followed was apparent. This Huang Song was stuffed by those medicinal pills until he exploded. It was an extremely tragic end. Big brother, just who was the person secretly directing you just now? A member of S.H.I. plus Kaiyong's team could not resist asking out of curiosity. S.H.I. plus Kaiyong shook his head and said, Don't know, but this person is undeniably an expert. I've never even heard of this type of secret transmission skill. And that medicinal pill which made Huang Song tell the truth is completely unheard of. In my opinion, this person definitely has deep relations with Pavilion Lord Yi and is extremely powerful. Big brother is right. This person is abnormally mysterious. Just now, you made me pay attention to the surrounding people, but I didn't even get a clear view of how that expert moved to fire out that medicinal pill. This person actually saw through those fake medicinal pills easily and also possess such incredible medicinal pills. Definitely also an alchemy Dao expert. S.H.I. plus Kaiyong nodded and said, That's right. From my conjecture, this person has the strength of alchemy grandmaster at the minimum. But since there's such a powerful aid behind Pavilion Lord Yi, why hasn't there been any movements? I have a feeling that as long as this person is willing to lend a hand, the Drunken Star Manor is surely no match. The teammates said in shock, Alchemy Grandmaster? Doesn't that mean that there's a crystal formation realm expert among us? The teammates lifted their heads to scan around and felt rather worried. A crystal formation realm expert hiding among a bunch of spirit condensation realm martial artists. This is absolutely not a good feeling. S.H.I. plus Kaiyong frowned and said, Dumba. S.S. What are you looking for? That senior is hiding among us, so he definitely doesn't wish to expose his ident. One tie. Otherwise, he also wouldn't be so cautious. With his capabilities, just a slap and he can smack Huang Song to death. Why would he cause such a mess for? This matter is concluded. I'll also talk to the two of them in a while. Just take it as if this incident never happened. Those team members broke into a cold sweat again after hearing S.H.I. plus Kai-Yong say that and hurriedly nodded like chicken pecking rice. S.H.I. plus Kai-Yong also lowered his voice and said, "The treasure-seizing event this time, we'll just do our best. Take utmost care to not irritate some dreadful existences. Otherwise, you won't even know how you die. I reckon that there's already no small number of crystal formation realm martial artists among the humans. And I have a feeling that there will be even more amazing experts appearing." Before S.H.I. plus Kai-Yong finished talking, a surge of mighty aura abruptly appeared. The crowd, which had already calmed down, was once again stirred up. This aura was powerful to the point it was suffocating. These people were all spirit condensation realm martial artists, but they could not even muster up the courage to resist. Chapter 166. See Transformation Realm Expert. Chapter 166. See Transformation Realm Expert. So powerful. Nanfeng Jiro clenched her jaw and was clearly straining to withstand this pressure. Just then, a faint soul strength extended in front of her. The pressure instantly reduced. Nanfeng Jiro looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment but saw Yi Yuan flash her a light smile. This fellow, towards the utilization of soul strength, he has actually already reached such a degree? Nanfeng Jiro was very amazed in her heart. To her, Yi Yuan was just like a map which could never be fully unfurled. Every time she felt that she understood Yi Yuan more, she would discover that her understanding was only a part of him. This person is so strong. What's his background? Nanfeng Jiro asked. How would I know? I only know that there's that few crystal formation realm martial artists in the state of Qin. I don't know anything else. Furthermore, I don't feel like the state of Qin has sea transformation realm martial artists. Yi Yuan was dumbfounded. His predecessor was a top-tier noob, so no need to talk about that. Ji Qingyun was also utterly unfamiliar with the boundless world. Such a long time, and he had not even heard of any powerhouse's name. See Transformation Realm? Nanfeng Jiro's eyes popped out. This was her first time seeing a sea transformation realm expert. If not, it's also impossible for 9th-level crystal formation realms to release such powerful pressure, right? Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said. Just then, a shadow cut across the skies. A large bird-like creature stopped in midair just like that. On it, an elder stood upright with a majestic aura. I'll get lost for old me. Within a mile radius from the gorge entrance, any trespass sirs will be killed without mercy. The elder's words were just like rolling heavenly thunder, spreading out in all directions and entering everyone's ears. He left these words extremely arrogantly and drove the large bird to fly towards the entrance of the gorge. Who's that person? So rampant. He asks your father to leave and your father leaves? Your father just refuses to leave. The people by the sides looked at him like they were looking at a fool. Then you stay. We're going. Don't. Together, go together. Just who on earth is that person? Why is he so powerful? Glancing once at him gave the feeling like I was crumbling. If I didn't see wrongly, that old man is the Black Crow old man who went missing for many years. When he went missing, he was only at the crystal formation realm. I didn't think that not only did he not die, but he also even advanced a step and stepped into sea transformation realm. My God. Sea transformation realm. It's hopeless in my entire life. We all know. The crowd retreated like tidal water. Even the crystal formation realm martial artists, who arrived previously, also fell back sensibly. In front of sea transformation realm martial artists, crystal formation realm martial artists were simply not worth looking at. Sea transformation realm did not lie within the major realms carved out by martial artists, but it laid between the crystal formation realm and soul sea realm. It was a special type of state, the sea transformation. Its full name should be Shattering the Core, Transforming into C. After martial artists enter the crystal formation realm, the compression of essence energy already reached the limits. It was no longer possible to want to continue storing essence energy inside the body. When crystal formation realm martial artists reached the 9th level crystal formation realm, the Dantian became the greatest obstacle of shackling martial artists' breakthrough instead. Thereupon, ancient sages used powerful soul strength to shatter the Dantian's fetters, creating this step of shattering the core, transforming into C, which also laid a solid foundation for martial artists to continue breaking through their limits. Crystal formation realm martial artists pulverize the Dantian along with the crystallized state essence energy and transform into a miraculous state. This process was C transformation. This C was called the Dantian C. After the Dantian transforms into a C, martial artists could take their first steps to communicate with the outer world's heaven and earth essence energy, transferring the outside world's heaven and earth essence energy for their own use. Their strength would experience a substantial increase. Invoking the outside world's heaven and earth essence energy, when compared to using the heaven and earth essence energy within the body, the former was naturally more superior. Hence, the strength of C transformation realm martial artists and crystal formation realm martial artists were not even on the same level. No matter how powerful crystal formation realm martial artists were, it was impossible to make everybody feel such pressure. But C transformation realm martial artists who borrowed heaven and earth essence energy could easily do this. However, shattering the core, transforming into C was only a special state. It should be said that it was the embryonic form of the soul C realm. Therefore, it could not be categorized as a major realm. Even so, the might of C transformation realm martial artists already exceeded the understanding of ordinary people. It could be said that crystal formation realm martial artists still belonged to mortal martial artists, while C transformation realm martial artists already took the first step to transcending beyond mortal and the secular. Yi Yuan looked at the back figure of that old man who floated away and could not resist sneering. Just the first level C transformation realm, what's there to be arrogant about? Nanfeng Jiro hurriedly covered his mouth. You don't want to live anymore. That's a C transformation realm expert. Feeling the faint aroma coming from Nanfeng Jiro's palm, Yi Yuan felt very comfortable and invigorated. Isn't it just C transformation realm? Give me 10 years. I guarantee that you will break through to the soul C realm. However, 10 years seemed to be a little too long, Yi Yuan transmitted his voice. The 10 years being too long was Yi Yuan saying that he might not stay in the boundless world for 10 years. Even if he could stay in the boundless world for 10 years, he would also leave the state of Qin in the future, and leave the tranquil cloud sect. It was not possible to keep staying by Nanfeng Jiro's side to be a nanny. But Nanfeng Jiro did not think so. 10 years? Soul C realm? Even though it was a voice transmission, Nanfeng Jiro felt tongue-tied. 10 years to break through to the Soul C realm, forget about the state of Qin, even in the tranquil cloud sect, and body dared to boast like this. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not say it was him breaking through, but to help her break through. Also, Yi Yuan did not say break through to the C transformation realm, but break through to the Soul C realm. Is there a mistake? This feeling did not feel like they were talking about breaking through cultivation realm, but more like playing a game, casually talking about it to break through cultivation realms. Yi Yuan also misunderstood. He glanced at Nanfeng Jiro and said, 10 years too long? 8 years is also possible. But it can't be any lesser. With your talent, just 8 years is somewhat overly forceful already. Your foundation will be unstable. Pucci. Nanfeng Jiro nearly vomited a mouthful of old blood. Although she knew that Yi Yuan was very amazing, why did these words feel so unreliable? Yi Yuan also could not be blamed. Not too much time had actually passed since his rebirth. Even though he already gradually adjusted to the state of Qin's lifestyle, many concepts were still stagnated in his previous life. The way he saw it, with the assistance of medicinal pills, as long as talent was not too poor, breaking through to the Soul Sea realm was something that was easy to accomplish. Nanfeng Jiro's talent was not considered bad. But compared to genuine geniuses, there was still quite a disparity. Hence, Yi Yuan saying 10 years was actually already a broader time frame. But these words totally did not sound like that from how Nanfeng Jiro heard it. It was simply like bragging to the skies. Will you die if you don't brag? 10 years to break through to the Soul Sea realm, then you can be the Tranquil Cloud sect leader already. Nanfeng Jiro said with a face full of disdain. Only now did Yi Yuan react, as he seemed to realize that what he just said was a little over the top. With Nanfeng Jiro's horizons, she simply could not understand it. Haha, this was also found out by you. We'd better hurry up. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it if we will get killed by that old freak. I know that you were bragging, but can't you just think first before saying all that? Nanfeng Jiro rolled her eyes at Yi Yuan. Chapter 167, Essence Fireborn. Chapter 167, Essence Fireborn. Roar! Right then, a colossal cry sounded out. A large bird howled through the air and stopped in front of the bunch of demonic beasts, facing off with Black Crow Old Man across a distance. After that large bird demonic beast appeared, the demonic beast's side also retreated far away. Hey, what demonic beast is that? Seems to be very amazing. What rubbish. Plus to think that you're a demonic beast hunter, to actually not even recognize the golden sword condor. That's a tier 4 demonic beast. I heard that this golden sword condor is the lord of the Lotus Moon Gorge. Before this, it was lurking D knows where. Now that it saw the Black Crow Old Man appear, it also could not resist coming out. Look at what you're saying. While I may be a demonic beast hunter, do you feel that I have the ability to hunt a tier 4 demonic beast? It would be pretty good if he doesn't come to kill me. The appearance of the golden sword condor also caused a commotion over at the human martial artist's side. Initially, they all felt that the treasure this time was most likely the Black Crow Old Man's already. But now, a tier 4 demonic beast actually appeared. There was a good show to watch now. While the Sea Transformation Realm was not a major realm, the power of Sea Transformation Realm martial artists could already match the power of early-stage Tier 4 demonic beasts. Like human martial artists, Tier 4 demonic beasts at this level, the span of power is exceptionally huge. The vast majority of demonic beasts would all stop at Tier 4 in the end, because the advancement from Tier 4 to Tier 5 is too tough. From Tier 4 to Tier 5, they would experience the most important phase for demonic beasts, that is, taking form. Demonic beasts who successfully took form would be like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, becoming an extremely powerful existence. Demonic beasts who failed to take form would become ashes under the heavenly tribulation. Hence, the entire stage for Tier 4 demonic beasts was virtually all for the sake of preparing for this heavenly tribulation. This also resulted in the differences in strength being extremely huge for Tier 4 demonic beasts. Normally speaking, early stage and middle stage Tier 4 was equivalent to human Sea Transformation Realm. But late stage Tier 4 demonic beasts was equivalent to human Soul Sea Realm. This golden sword condor should have just broken through to Tier 4 not long ago. In terms of power, it was probably the same as the Black Crow Old Man. Therefore, the current situation became quite subtle. Seeing a Tier 4 demonic beast appearing, the human martial artists were close to losing all hope. A Black Crow Old Man already made them lose all chances of hing the treasure. With the addition of a Tier 4 demonic beast, wouldn't that be deadly? Yi Yuan was not surprised to see this Tier 4 demonic beast. This place was the Endless Forest. It was the territory of demonic beasts right from the start. It would be even weirder if no high-level demonic beasts came over. Moreover, Yi Yuan was currently secretly delighted. These two fellows would surely battle it out to seize the treasure. At that time, he could just sit down and reap the spoils without lifting a finger. The Black Crow old man shot a glance at the golden sword condor not far away, gave a cold snort, and simply sat down to meditate. Tier 4 demonic beasts had extremely high intellect. It clearly did not wish to strike at this moment, so it similarly landed on the ground to conserve strength and build up energy. Senior apprentice sister, I reckon that the treasure will be born today. To be able to attract a sea transformation realm and Tier 4 demonic beast over, this treasure most likely isn't simple. In a while, you'd better enter the spatial artifact. This way, I can search for the treasure with full force. I have a feeling that this treasure is very important to me, so senior apprentice sister will have to put up with this a little, Yi Yuan advised very earnestly. Nanfeng Jiro clenched her jaw tightly, and her face changed a few times. Was she still going to be of no help at all in the end? A fierce unwillingness was born in her heart. But she also knew that with Sea Transformation Realm experts here, she really could not help Yi Yuan with anything. Not dragging him down was already pretty good. Even though Yi Yuan's strength was not great, he had endless streams of means and methods. Searching for the treasure alone might be somewhat safer instead. Fine then. Nanfeng Jiro finally relented. Yi Yuan was overjoyed. He brought Nanfeng Jiro to a place within. Body around and put her away inside the spatial artifact. Right at this time, an extremely powerful heat wave spread out from the depths of the gorge, making all the martial artists feel like they were being cooked. But everyone perked up because they all knew that the treasure came into being. Yi Yuan saw the situation and his expression was also one of joy. Is it possible that an essence fire came into being? Such a powerful essence fire, I'm afraid that it's at least Tier 4. This trip was indeed the right call. Yi Yuan's experience was far beyond what these people could compare to. He could guess from this wave the general situation of the treasure born this time. The so-called essence fire referred to the fire seed born from the heaven and earth. Its might was extremely powerful. The moment a martial artist owned an essence fire, their combat power would shoot straight up. Of course, the prerequisite was that they could subdue the essence fire. Many martial artists wanted to obtain essence fires but were finally burnt until not even cinders were left. However, there was another application of essence fire, and that was to aid alchemists in refining pills. Tier 1 and 2 medicinal pills did not have a high requirement towards the flame. Ordinary earth fire could satisfy the requirement, but using earth fire for Tier 3 and above medicinal pills would be very forced. As for Tier 4 medicinal pills, earth fire would be completely insufficient. Hence, what an alchemist dreamed for the most was to be able to own essence fire. Even for alchemy apprentices and alchemy masters, if they could own a Tier 1 or 2 essence fire, the success rate and quality of their pill refinement would increase tremendously. It was just that compared to the number of alchemists there were too few essence fires, so scarce to the degree it made people despair. Hence, the vast majority of alchemists did not have essence fires. Yi Yuan's previous life was an alchemy emperor. Tier 9 essence fire was the standard. It was just that after the death of his flesh body, the essence fire was unable to be brought over for rebirth. If it turned out as expected, that essence fire was obviously taken away by Ji Kanglin. The essence fire in Yi Yuan's previous life was named Songli True Fire. It was prepared for Yi Yuan personally by Ji Xingyang. In reality, Ji Qingyun could be considered to have grown up in a honey jar. Since the beginning when he came into contact with alchemy, from Tier 1 to Tier 9, Ji Xingyang would help him prepare the essence fire nicely. What he had to do was to refine those essence fires. Ji Qingyun did that very well. After the heatwave said, The Black Crow Old Man and the Golden Sword Condor exchanged glances and swept towards the depths of the Lotus Moon Gorge at virtually the same time. Other people and demonic beasts only dared to flood inside by following the footsteps of others after those two major powers left. Of course, there were some people who saw this sort of situation and sensibly retreated. However, they normally did not even dare to come to Lotus Moon Gorge, this sort of place. With such a fine chance this time, why would they let that pass by? Apart from that treasure which was born, there were a lot of good stuff in the Lotus Moon Gorge. However, Yi Yuan saw that it might be an essence fire which came into being. How would he have the thought to bother with those things? His figure moved, and he swept over to the depths of the gorge. Hey, you guys saw that? Just now, a first-level spirit condensation realm brat rushed inside. Forget it, don't bother about him. He's in a rush to reincarnate. What has it got to do with us? We'd better hurry and source for some precious herbs. There are quite a few tier 3 herbs here. Ah, you're despicable. I saw that dragon serpentine GRASS first. The deeper Yi Yuan went inside, the more he sensed that there were several powerful auras ahead. They were definitely the few human crystal formation realm martial artists and those tier 3 demonic beasts. Yi Yuan was just pondering what should he do when White Light, who had been following by his side all along, suddenly moved away, following a small path, and darted in. Yi Yuan was about to stop him when he suddenly thought of something. A smile crept into the corner of his mouth, and he also hurried after it. Chapter 168. Earth Flame Lizard. Chapter 168. Earth Flame Lizard. Where White Light said by were all deserted and precipitous places. Yi Yuan followed the whole way but hardly imped into anybody. Could this little thing really have the ability to search for treasure? Yi Yuan became more and more certain about this view. If that was really the case, then the white tiger back then should have been led by White Light to search for the blood bodhi, but did not expect to encounter the 7-colored flowing cloud python occupying that place. After the two parties fought a great battle, the white tiger lost. This way, everything could be explained. Do flowing light white tigers have such abilities? This little fellow is really extraordinarily talented. Yi Yuan sighed in admiration. Yi Yuan had researched very thoroughly into demonic beasts, and had never heard of the flowing light white tigers having this treasure-seeking skill. Looks like it was this little fellow's own attribute. He really picked up a treasure. Thinking back then when he found White Light to be a hindrance, Yi Yuan could not help sweating heavily. The further into the gorge they went, the hotter Yi Yuan felt. It looked like 9 out of 10 it was essence fire. It was just he did not know what rank it was. Following White Light, Yi Yuan's terrain grew increasingly higher, but that treasure was obviously at the bottom of the gorge. This little fellow isn't blindly leading the way, right? Or is he just finding food to eat? Yi Yuan could not help criticizing. Although it felt like they were getting progressively closer to that treasure, this route did not seem too right. Right at that instant, Yi Yuan suddenly heard intense fighting sounds from the bottom of the gorge. Wicked beast! Are you trying to fight to the bitter end with me? His answer was several bird cries with extremely powerful penetrative force. They were precisely the Black Crow Old Man and that Tier 4 Golden Sword Condor. Yi Yuan withdrew his aura and poked his head out to see. Indeed, he saw a human and a bird in a fierce battle at the bottom of the gorge. A sea transformation realm powerhouse and a Tier 4 demonic beasts battle. That aura indeed could not be mentioned in the same breath. Those hair-raising class H.I. plus ing sounds, even if one was thousands of meters away, they would also feel waves of palpitation. If it was close up, just the aftershocks of the battle would probably be enough for him to suffer, right? Yi Yuan looked at the place the pair were fighting, and his heart inevitably felt a chill. The place the Black Crow Old Man and the Golden Sword Condor was fighting was precisely the entrance of a cave. Very clearly, That cave was precisely the Pa-S sage leading to the whereabouts of the essence flame. With these two major powers guarding the cave entrance, who could enter? And them fighting so intensely was clearly also to S.N. A.T.C. H the initiative of entering the cave. Truly dangerous. Could it be that this time, he would really have to enter the treasure mountain but return empty-handed? No way. If it was some other treasure, then forget it. But to the current me, essence fire is very important. I must get this essence fire. Right then, white light suddenly bit the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeve, wanting to pull him away. You're saying to make me follow you still? But the entrance is over that side. You heading this way, isn't that reversed? Yi Yuan also criticized another bout in his heart. The direction white light pulled him towards was the back of the mountain. It was simply far apart from that cave. White light ignored Yi Yuan, left him behind and ran down the mountain. Yi Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. And, could it be that there's another entrance? Once this thought popped up, Yi Yuan quickly displayed his movement technique and tagged along. Before long, a small cave that could allow a person to pass through really appeared in front of Yi Yuan. White light wagged his tail in front of the cave with a cute face, as if he was claiming credit. Yi Yuan was elated when he saw that. Rubbing White Light's tiger head, he said in a lowered voice, "Well done, little fellow. There will be rewards for you after we return." White Light seemed to understand Yi Yuan's words as he jumped twice on the spot, appearing to be ecstatic. Yi Yuan arrived at the cave entrance. An extremely gargantuan heat wave came from face on and nearly pushed him directly down the mountain. Yi Yuan was not alarmed when he saw this, but became thrilled instead. This signified that this tiny cave entrance should really connect to the bottom of the gorge. White Light, you also go inside the spatial artifact. The temperature here is exceedingly high, so you probably can't withstand it, Yi Yuan said, and then directly put away White Light inside the spatial artifact. Then, a strand of faint essence energy poured out and completely enveloped Yi Yuan's body. He entered this small cave without any hesitation. This cave was extremely narrow, but Yi Yuan could sense that it really linked to the direction of the gorge floor. And the further in he went, the more scorching the air in the cave became. Yi Yuan had no choice but to strengthen the essence energy shroud to withstand this heat. Without knowing how much time passed, the front suddenly brightened up, but the scenery in front of his eyes exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were actually all lava. This cave actually linked directly to the gorge floor. Just what kind of essence fire actually came into being here? Forget about it. I'll go inside to retrieve the essence fire first before anything else. Any later, after those two fellows determine a victor and loser, it would probably not be so easy to want to subdue the essence fire anymore. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan no longer hesitated. He swept directly towards the depths of the cave. Just having walked several dozen steps, Yi Yuan suddenly felt his scalp tingle and instinctively sensed that things were not good. Whose H plus a green-colored shadow abruptly appeared in front of Yi Yuan and directly confronted him head-on. Yi Yuan wielded the Tsanghua sword without any hesitation. A sword beam flashed past. That green figure seemed to know its power and actually jumped aside in midair. SSS. Earth Flame Lizard. Yi Yuan instantly recognized this green silhouette. The Earth Flame Lizard is just a Tier 2 demonic beast, but it was just like the long-armed stone apes. Both were social demonic beasts. One Earth Flame Lizard appeared in this place, so there was definitely a large group following behind. Indeed, at the back of the underground rocks, dense green figures suddenly appeared, making Yi Yuan's scalp tingle when he saw it. This number simply stretched to infinity. Immediately after, the Earth Flame Lizard automatically opened up a path. An enormous Earth Flame Lizard appeared in Yi Yuan's sights. Tier 3 demonic beast, Earth Flame Lizard King. The Earth Flame Lizard King's colossal eyes stared at Yi Yuan, and its mouth emitted the sound chi-chi. It was unmistakably giving a warning to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan tried using the universal beast language to communicate with the Earth Flame Lizard King, but to his dismay, it had not awakened its inherited memories from the start. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows. He did not have time to waste here, so he directly made his move. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus in a blink, countless long-armed stone apes appeared and formed a face-off with the Earth Flame Lizards. Yuan Fei, I'm out of time. I'll leave this place to you. Just an Earth Flame Lizard King that did not awaken its inherited memories. It shouldn't be an issue for you, right? Rest assured, young master. Leave this place to me. Alright. I'll pass the spatial artifact to you. Clean this place up and then hide inside the spatial artifact and don't come out. There are two powerful fellows up there. You aren't their match. Alright, Yuan Fei understands. Yuan Fei assists young master to open up the path. Finest. Hi plusing, Yuan Fei brought along a large number of long-armed stone apes and directly headed for the Earth Flame Lizard King to crush it. While they were both Tier 3 demonic beasts, having awakened inherited memories and not awakening inherited memories were two completely different concepts. And Yuan Fei brought along the long-armed stone apes to attack the Earth Flame Lizard King at once. He simply could not hold his own and instantly made SPAC for a path. Yi Yuan hesitated no more and directly rushed over. Chapter 169. Cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus. Chapter 169. Cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus. The counterattack was not as tragic as imagined. Yuan Fei brought along a bunch of long-armed stone apes and directly burst open a large entrance. That Earth Flame Lizard King was taken by surprise when he saw Yuan Fei, who suddenly appeared. It was not prepared to react with an effective response. Yuan Fei had awakened his inherited memories. His intelligence already did not lose out to humans. It was not the slightest bit inferior when compared to Tier 5, taking form demonic beasts. Making him lead a team was clearly much formidable compared to the Earth Flame Lizard King. Yi Yuan did not hesitate and directly rushed over to the big entrance. His movement technique was extremely fast, and very quickly, he vanished from within the tangled melee troops and headed deeper into the cave. Yi Yuan discovered that the deeper he went, the wider this underground cave became. Finally, he arrived at the end of the cave. This place was actually a vast underground plaza. The plaza was entirely empty. Other than underground rocks, there was the lava which occasionally shot up. At the end of the place was a very large magma pool. Yi Yuan took a step into the plaza and instantaneously felt the exceedingly horrifying heat wave coming from the direction of the magma pool, as if it wanted to incinerate some into oblivion. Really didn't expect that the treasure which came into being this time is actually the cleansing sandal flame lotus. This underground magma can actually give birth to the cleansing sandal flame lotus, truly inconceivable. Although it's newly formed, it already possesses the Tier 4 cleansing sandal sacred flame. Seeing that horrifying heatwave, Yi Yuan did not get worried. Instead, he was delighted that it went beyond his expectations. In this stretch of heaven and earth, apart from the divine realm, there were countless lower realm planes. The types of essence fires were also beyond count. There was once a major power from the divine realm who added up the statistical data, CLAs, sifting all the known essence fires into categories and compiling them into a book. Listed on it were several thousand types of essence fires from Tier 1 to Tier 9. And the newborn cleansing sandal sacred flame was a pinnacle existence among Tier 4 essence fires. The cleansing sandal sacred flame could not exist independently. Instead, it was the accompanying essence fire of the cleansing sandal flame lotus. As long as one refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, the cleansing sandal sacred flame would become theirs. Not only that, the cleansing sandal sacred flame was the most suitable essence fire for alchemists among all the Tier 4 essence fires and even among higher tier fires. Because the cleansing sandal sacred flame had a built-in attribute, and that was cleansing all creation. A lotus symbolized sanct. 1. Tai, and this cleansing sandal flame lotus was exceptional even among lotuses. If alchemists could properly employ the cleansing sandal sacred flame, they could purify the impurities in medicinal pills when refining pills and make the quality of the medicinal pills rise to another level. Apart from this, the cleansing sandal sacred flame by itself could even refine an avatar body, which could allow Yi Yuan's power to improve a step further. Hence, when Yi Yuan saw the cleansing sandal sacred flame at first sight, he was also indescribably excited. This cleansing sandal sacred flame was simply custom-made for him. If it were during his previous life, a newborn Tier 4 essence fire naturally would not be placed in his sights. But now, this could become an extremely huge aid to him. Even with Yi Yuan's heart like still water realm, his heart also could not help palpitating with excitement. Yi Yuan took a step forward towards the cleansing sandal sacred flame. But right then, an instinctive warning suddenly arose. Even though he did not turn his head back, Yi Yuan could sense that there was an extremely powerful palm wind attacking from behind. Yi Yuan directly displayed the 9 swords stance movement technique without thinking at all and turned into 9 Yi Yuans. Bang! Not far off, a rock was struck by the palm wind and instantly turned into fine powder. The might of a single palm was overwhelmingly powerful. TCH, I didn't think that a paltry little first-level spirit condensation realm could not only recognize the cleansing sandal sacred flame, but you can also even avoid my soul-chasing palm. Truly remarkable. Your movement technique just now seemed to be quite interesting. The ambusher did not seem to have the intention of hunting him down, instead, started to praise Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan turned around. A middle-aged man who appeared slightly aged showed up on the path he came from and actually cut off his path of retreat. It looked like this fellow knew that someone was coming and had long laid an ambush here. Senior, as a crystal formation realm martial artist, you sneak attacked a junior. If this spreads out, it wouldn't be proper, don't you think? Yi Yuan said icily. Haha, there's only the 2 of us here. As long as you die, it naturally won't spread out. We demonic beast hunters put the word benefit as the top priority. We have never bothered with these conventional rules. As long as I can kill you, I don't mind sneak attacking. The middle-aged man was not ashamed, but took pride in it instead. Yi Yuan was also secretly astonished when he saw this middle-aged man. This person can actually hide from the eyes and ears of Black Crow Old Man and the Golden Sword Condor and secretly sneak into the cave. It seemed like he had some capabilities. Without talking about other things, just this one ability of concealment was most like eminent among the demonic beast hunters. However, to actually encounter a crystal formation realm demonic beast hunter made Yi Yuan feel quite surprised. Crystal formation realm martial artists tended to be proud and normally would not impersonate as demonic beast hunters. According to what Yi Yuan knew, the state of Qin did not seem to have crystal formation realm demonic beast hunters. And this demonic beast hunter was also an alchemy grandmaster. It seemed like this person should be a reclusive powerhouse or some other country's crystal formation realm martial artist. From the undulation of the middle-aged man's divine soul, Yi Yuan could determine his strength. But pity, Senior still failed to kill me. Yi Yuan said lightly. It doesn't matter. You already have no way of escaping. You can only fight head-on with me. I don't think that a first-level spirit condensation realm brat can escape with his life under my, Fang Yaojiang's hands. Yi Yuan's face darkened. It was clear what his Fang Yaojiang said was the truth. The situation was very unfavorable to him right now. Senior really have the confidence to kill me just like this? Or should I say, do you have the certainty of killing me in this short time? Don't forget, Senior, There are still two even more powerful people outside glaring covetously. If I try everything to delay Senior and wait until any one of those two arrives, at most the outcome is everyone fights it out to the death. Even if Senior really kills me, I'm afraid that you also won't have the time to retrieve the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Am I right? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Fang Yaojiang's face changed. It was clear that Yi Yuan struck his sore spot. Yi Yuan's movement skill just now made him feel quite fearful. Although a first-level spirit condensation realm did not pose any threat to him, with that movement technique there, it probably would not be such an easy matter to have a quick battle. Initially, he saw a spirit condensation realm brat breaking in here recklessly and thought that he could get some petty gains. But he did not expect it to become a burning potato. Humph! What a rampant junior! Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Fang Yaojiang said stubbornly with a black face. It's not that I'm rampant. I'm just stating a fact. And even if Senior kills me, I'm afraid that you will also find it hard to subdue the cleansing sandal sacred flame, right? Yi Yuan said calmly. The cleansing sandal sacred flame was a tier 4 essence fire, and the cleansing sandal flame lotus itself was not something to be messed with. This Fang Yaojiang was only a first-level crystal formation realm martial artist. His soul strength only at the low-rank alchemy grandmaster. Wanting to subdue the cleansing sandal sacred flame was way too difficult. He himself already knew about this point. That was why he was in no rush to make a move but laid in here to ambush Yi Yuan. When martial artists were subduing essence fires, the vast majority would subdue essence fires close to the level of their own strength. Leaping ranks to subdue essence fires would basically result in the outcome of being burned to ashes. Of course, this excluded Yi Yuan. As an alchemy emperor, he was the ancestor of playing with fire. Even though his strength was a little poor at the moment, he still had the means to subdue a tier 4 essence fire. Chapter 170. Capital to negotiate. Chapter 170. Capital to negotiate. Humph. Whether I'm able to obtain the cleansing sandal sacred flame or not, that is my business. But you must die now. I'll kill you first and then slowly think of a plan. Having Yi Yuan expose his awkward situation, Fang Yaojiang appeared to have turned angry from embarrassment. His current situation was just like walking into a gold mountain but lacking the tools to take away this gold mountain. This sort of feeling was really quite unpleasant. Yet, Yi Yuan just had to mercilessly expose this point. How could this not make Fang Yaojiang P.I.S. said? Yi Yuan ridiculed relentlessly. Slowly think of a way? You aren't naive enough to think that those two fellows outside will leave you alone to slowly think of a way, right? Fang Yaojiang's face was rather black. Killing a first-level spirit condensation realm brat did not affect the overall situation. Those two outside were the truly troublesome existences. He expended enormous effort before managing to conceal himself from those two's eyes and ears and entering here. Yet, he could see the things but not eat them. How could this not upset him? Just what are you trying to say? Fang Yaojiang could also tell that Yi Yuan's words had another meaning as he asked with a black face. If I can help Senior get the cleansing sandal flame lotus, I wonder if Senior is willing to let me off? Yi Yuan asked. Fang Yaojiang burst into laughter when he heard him and said, You? Stop joking. Even I, a crystal formation realm martial artist, can't do it. You're only at the first-level spirit condensation realm, and yet you say that you can help me subdue the cleansing sandal flame lotus? Seriously making me die of laughter. Don't rack your brains to make me let you off. That's impossible. Is that so? Yi Yuan also did not waste his breath anymore. With a step forward, he arrived at the edge of the magma pool. The cleansing sandal flame lotus was a spiritual object born from heaven and earth. Although it had not unlocked sentience, it had its instinctive consciousness. It noticed that somebody approached and seemed to have suffered a shock. The lotus actually spat out a bundle of flame tongues which attacked Yi Yuan. Fang Yaojiang snickered coldly and did not plan on stopping Yi Yuan's actions. This brat courting death himself saved him some trouble. The cleansing sandal sacred flame was a Tier 4 essence fire. A first-level spirit condensation realm rookie would die upon contact with it. Even if this was just the instinctive attack of the cleansing sandal flame lotus, its might was very terrifying. Even Fang Yaojiang himself did not dare to easily challenge this cleansing sandal sacred flame, let alone a first-level spirit condensation realm. Fang Yaojiang seemed to have seen the outcome of Yi Yuan being burned to cinders. But in the next moment, when that bundle of flame tongues extended in front of Yi Yuan, Fang Yaojiang's pupils constricted as if he witnessed something unbelievable. This. How is this possible? That's a Tier 4 essence fire. Even if crystal formation realm martial artists touched it, it would virtually be certain death. This first-level spirit condensation realm brat is actually completely fine? Even though there were 100 disbeliefs in his heart, the reality that happened in front of his eyes left him no choice but to believe it. The cleansing sandal sacred flame really could not do anything to Yi Yuan. That bundle of cleansing sandal sacred flame was surging with tumultuous momentum, just like a fierce tiger. But when that fierce tiger arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it became incomparably docile, just like a tame little kitty. After which, Yi Yuan waved a single hand, and that bundle of cleansing sandal sacred flame dissipated into nothing. This was too incomprehensible. Oh right, that brat seemed to have formed a set of seals. It was just that with Fang Yaojiang's realm and horizon, he actually could not understand at all. This brat is bizarre. Yi Yuan showed this move and then floated back, saying to Fang Yaojiang with a smile, "Not sure if I have the capital to negotiate with Senior now?" Only now did Fang Yaojiang recover and said, "Of course. To think that you actually have such an ingenious fire-controlling seal. Since that's the case, of course you have the chips to negotiate. However, I want to add a condition, and that is you have to teach this fire-controlling seal to me." A greedy look flashed across Fang Yaojiang's eyes. A complex expression appeared on Yi Yuan's face. This is pious, said down from my ancestors. My family's elders will punish me if I rashly impart this to Senior. Haha, there's only the two of us here. You don't say, I don't talk, who would know? At the very most, I'll swear an oath to never display this seal in front of others in the future. But if you don't teach me the seal, I'd rather kill you. If you don't even have your life, then what's the talk about punishment? The current Fang Yaojiang was like a big gray wolf as he started to intimidate with threats and beguile with benefit. Yi Yuan was silent for a moment and seemed to be having an intense inner struggle. Fang Yaojiang also did not rush him. He was grasping Yi Yuan's life and death right now. There was no need to rush. Fine then, but Senior must swear to never display this seal in front of other people. Otherwise, Junior's name will be removed from the family clan, Yi Yuan said rather worriedly. But of course. Fang Yaojiang agreed right away. Heh, looks like this brat came out of some hermit family clan for a trial test, but is a fledgling who has yet to experience worldly affairs. After your father learns this seal technique, how can I let you leave? If you were to return and call for reinforcements or something, then wouldn't I, Fang Yaojiang, have no path to the heaven and no door into the earth? A hermit family clan that can possess such a remarkable seal is definitely extremely powerful. Hence, a dead person is more reliable. Fang Yaojiang laughed coldly in his heart. It was very evident that Fang Yaojiang did not plan on letting Yi Yuan leave from the start and already had the intent to kill. An overjoyed expression showed up on Yi Yuan's face when he heard that Fang Yaojiang agreed. Okay. Senior, swear a heavenly Tao oath first, and then we'll work together to subdue the cleansing sandal sacred flame. After subduing the cleansing sandal sacred flame and we leave, I'll then teach this fire-controlling seal to Senior. Otherwise, our small lives will be hard to keep if we wait for those two to come in. Fang Yaojiang also felt that Yi Yuan's arrangements were very appropriate when he heard it. So he nodded and answered, "Fine, do as you said. My strength is still insufficient and can only forcefully pin down the cleansing sandal sacred flame. The matter regarding subduing the cleansing sandal flame lotus will have to be up to Senior yourself," Yi Yuan said. "Haha, that's natural. As long as you lure the cleansing sandal sacred flame away, leave the rest for me to do." Fang Yaojiang patted his chest and said. What he dreaded was the cleansing sandal sacred flame. As long as Yi Yuan could draw away the cleansing sandal sacred flame, wouldn't refining the cleansing sandal flame lotus be very easy for him? Alright, there's no time to lose. We'll make a move now. We can't drag any longer. Yi Yuan finished talking and directly turned around and headed for the magma pool. At this moment, he was not worried that Fang Yaojiang would suddenly deal a preemptive strike from the back, because the benefits Yi Yuan brought him was too great. The cleansing sandal flame lotus plus the fire-controlling sea was enough to let Fang Yaojiang's strength rise several levels. How could he let this pass? As for Fang Yaojiang's schemes, how could Yi Yuan not know? He was just playing along with the other parties acting. Yi Yuan arrived at the edge of the magma pool. That cleansing sandal flame lotus was startled again and took the initiative to attack Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan repeated the same trick, and that cleansing sandal sacred flame dispersed once again. The cleansing sandal flame lotus seemed to have suffered stimulation and spat out a strand of cleansing sandal sacred flame again. The blaze this time was much more powerful than previously. Even Fang Yaojiang could feel that scorching heat. Yi Yuan formed the seals once more. But this time, it just held down the cleansing sandal sacred flame and could not make it dissipate. The flames spat out by the cleansing sandal flame lotus became increasingly stronger, but ultimately could not do anything to Yi Yuan. All the way until the end, a small faint yellow fireball flew out from the lotus flower. The temperature in the entire underground cave soared, as if it wanted to melt everything. This faint yellow tiny fireball was the cleansing sandal sacred flame origin fire essence. Quickly get to work, Senior. Yi Yuan had a very strained appearance as he shouted at Fang Yaojiang. Chapter 171. Digging a pit for you to jump. Chapter 171. Digging a pit for you to jump. Even without Yi Yuan's reminder, Fang Yaojiang would also not let this chance pass. Right when Yi Yuan and the cleansing sandal sacred flames origin fire essence were having a confrontation, Fang Yaojiang finally made a move. He flew over to the vicinity of the cleansing sandal flame lotus's main body and rapidly formed seals with both hands, wanting to bind the flame lotus up using a bundle of essence energy. The cleansing sandal flame lotus seemed to have noticed that things were not good and tried to pull the origin fire essence back with full force. But the origin fire essence was currently locked down dead by Yi Yuan. No matter how it called, the origin fire essence would not return. A bundle of essence energy promptly enveloped the cleansing sandal flame lotus's main body. The flame lotus kept on twisting non-stop. It was actually trying to break free from the restraint. Ha ha! To think that I, Fang Yaojiang, can actually subdue a Tier 4 essence fire. The heaven really opened its eyes. Cleansing sandal flame lotus, stop struggling any longer and obediently become my lifeblood fire essence. Fang Yaojiang roared madly with laughter. He was obviously very ecstatic. Yi Yuan could not help reproving him in his heart when he saw the situation. Is this fellow sane? Dug a pit for him and he just jumped inside like this? It was one thing to jump inside, but he was even so pleased with himself. Was his brain missing some neuron connections? Yi Yuan was drenched in sweat currently as he clenched his jaw tight, appearing to be straining himself heavily. It seemed as if he could be swallowed up by the cleansing sandal sacred flame at any moment. But in reality, he did not want it to be too effortless and without any pressure at all. The reason why he pretending to be straining himself was so to create a false impression of facing off with the origin fire essence to make Fang Yaojiang jump into the pit by himself. Yi Yuan was initially worried that Fang Yaojiang would not fall for it. Then his elaborately planned trap would not take effect. After all, Yuan Fei was not around. What he could rely on now was only this cleansing sandal flame lotus. Who would have thought this fellow, Fang Yaojiang, would really be so silly and naive to directly jump into the pit? It was fine if he just jumped inside, but he just had to cry out. The heaven opened its eyes so arrogantly. Even Yi Yuan found it hard to keep watching. In fact, Yi Yuan wronged Fang Yaojiang. He was a very cautious person originally. This point could be seen a little from how he was able to sneak into this underground cave and ambush Yi Yuan. Ordinary martial artists, no matter how stunning they were, would also be in extreme peril under this sort of situation, facing off with the origin fire essence. Regardless who was facing this sort of situation, they also would not dare to easily pull back essence energy. Otherwise, if there were a backlash from the origin fire essence, the outcome would be tragic. Hence, Fang Yaojiang felt that under this sort of circumstances, Yi Yuan had no other choice but to cooperate with him to subdue the cleansing sandal flame lotus. He used common sense to comprehend Yi Yuan, but was unaware that Yi Yuan was simply an existence which Serpa, as said his common sense, there was no justice to not be tricked. How could Fang Yaojiang have known that Yi Yuan was essentially the ancestor of playing with fire? In his previous life, Yi Yuan refined a total of 9 types of essence fire, and it was from Tier 1 to Tier 9 without missing a single tier. Moreover, with Yi Yuan's attainments in alchemy Dao, his skills with regards to essence fire already reached a transcendent level. In the entire divine realm, one could not find more than a few who were stronger than him in terms of playing with fire. Ji Qingyun and his father had their own specialized technique for gathering essence fires. It was called Fire Source True Sutra, and it was also a pinnacle fire controlling skill in the divine realm. Ji Qingyun had long practiced this set of technique to the acme of perfection. Even though his strength today was a little weak, it was really not too much trouble to deal with a newborn Tier 4 essence fire. However, even if Yi Yuan contained the cleansing sandal flame lotus's origin fire essence, refining its main body was also not something so simple. Fang Yaojiang revolved his essence energy to the limits, wanting to refine the cleansing sandal flame lotus as fast as possible. Senior, is it done yet? I can't hold on any longer. Yi Yuan faked a look like he was not going to make it anymore. Both of his hands shuddered, and that origin fire essence nearly flew out. Fang Yaojiang jumped in fright at this scene, and his hand trembled along with it, nearly wasting all of his previous efforts. He only let out a long breath after waiting until Yi Yuan regained control of the origin fire essence. But the sweat on his forehead would not stop no matter what. Hang on a little longer, little brother. It will be done very soon. Just a while more. Fang Yaojiang quickly said. Oh, okay. Hurry up, senior. I really can't hold on much longer. As Yi Yuan was talking, his hand trembled again, frightening Fang Yaojiang until his soul nearly flew out. Little brother, after this matter is done, I'll give you a bottle, no, 5 bottles of Tier 3 medicinal pills, 5 bottles of Tier 2 medicinal pills. Just hang on a little while more. Fang Yaojiang sweated heavily. He thought that with his ident. 1. Tai as an alchemy grandmaster, rewarding 10 bottles of medicinal pills was sufficient to move Yi Yuan. But he did not know that what Yi Yuan lacked the least was medicinal pills. The medicinal pills Fang Yaojiang refined, even if they were Tier 3 medicinal pills, were just a lump of SHI plus T in Yi Yuan's eyes. Fine then. You hurry up. However, Yi Yuan still pretended to be very reluctant and used a bit more force to stabilize the origin fire essence. Yi Yuan took in the whole of Fang Yaojiang's refinement. This fellow's speed is really not an ordinary kind of slow. The origin fire essence was already tied down by him. If it were him, he would have roughly finished refining in this time frame. But Fang Yaojiang did not even refine 30% of it, and he still talked about hanging on a while longer. If it were really somebody else doing this, they would probably have been burnt to cinders long ago during this short while. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not really let Fang Yaojiang finish refining. He was only wearing away Fang Yaojiang's cautiousness. Fang Yaojiang's refinement speed was slow because there was still a portion of attention placed on Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan withdrew right away, Fang Yaojiang would definitely retreat with even greater speed. Bluntly speaking, Fang Yaojiang was not fully a.s. assured about Yi Yuan, nor was it possible to fully trust him. Hence, Yi Yuan used unable to hang on to force Fang Yaojiang to make him increase his refinement speed. Once he increased the speed to refine the cleansing sandal flame lotus, he naturally would not have the energy to monitor Yi Yuan's activity over here. Indeed, after Yi Yuan showed that he was unable to hang on 2 or 3 times, Fang Yaojiang indeed converged his mind and started to seriously refine. With this seriousness, the refinement speed indeed became much faster. Very quickly, Fang Yaojiang's refinement was drawing to an end. He could not help being elated in his heart. Just one more step increased the speed a little more. This cleansing sandal flame lotus is about to be mine. Fang Yaojiang's inner heart was trembling. But right at this time, warning bells sounded in his mind. Fang Yaojiang only felt his eyes blur and a faint yellow glow instantly appeared in front of his eyes. Qi. A burned smell spread out, and Fang Yaojiang's entire person flew out backward without the slightest bit of suspense. Being struck head-on by a Tier 4 essence fire while completely defenseless, how could a first-level crystal formation realm martial artists withstand it? Fang Yaojiang was currently lying on the ground quietly like a roast pig. His injuries were extremely severe. Earlier, Yi Yuan released the constraint on the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Once the cleansing sandal flame lotus saw that it could communicate with the cleansing sandal sacred flame, it called it back to attack Fang Yaojiang without hesitation. This cleansing sandal flame lotus did not even think about attacking Yi Yuan at all, because it had not been him confronting Yi Yuan this entire time, but it was Yi Yuan's one-sided suppression of it. In the eyes of the cleansing sandal flame lotus, Yi Yuan's danger was much higher compared to Fang Yaojiang. The cleansing sandal flame lotus did not have intelligence. All of its actions were entirely out of instinct. Therefore, the first time he did was choose to attack Fang Yaojiang. The pitiful Fang Yaojiang was screwed over just like that by Yi Yuan. Chapter 172. Black Crow Arrives. Chapter 172. Black Crow Arrives. You are. How? Fang Yaojiang, who was burnt like charcoal, laid on the ground at his last gasp. He still could not believe what just happened. Yi Yuan looked at Fang Yaojiang very innocently and said with a smile, "You're talking about this?" While talking, Yi Yuan beckoned with one hand. The cleansing sandal flame lotus released the origin fire essence once again. But that origin fire essence did not have the intention of attacking Yi Yuan. Instead, it circled around Yi Yuan like it was fawning on him and begging for mercy from him. Fang Yaojiang could not move, but when he saw this scene, his eyes nearly popped out. This fellow. He faked it all along. Only now did Fang Yaojiang understand that how was this Yi Yuan helping him retrieve the essence fire? It was essentially digging a hole for him to jump, and he even jumped down happily. But how was this possible? That was a Tier 4 essence fire. Even if sea transformation realm powerhouses came to subdue it, they would be filled with trepidation and exercise extreme caution. Even if this brat came from a hermit family clan and had a brilliant fire controlling technique, with this brat's strength, it was also impossible to make the cleansing sandal sacred flame do so, right? This cleansing sandal sacred flame actually seemed to fear this brat. How was this possible? Just what was this brat's background? Poochie. Fong Yaojiang could not hold back anymore and vomited a mouthful of blood. The burnt black him partnered with the bright red blood made him look very miserable. I, Fong Yaojiang, have been scheming against people my entire life. I didn't think that in the end, I would be schemed against by a little fellow. Truly retribution. Fong Yaojiang wailed sorrowfully in his heart. This Fong Yaojiang had always been very low-key among demonic beast hunters and did not reveal his capabilities. But he relied on his brilliant concealment skill and connived against many in the same occupation. And also, because he schemed against people, Fong Yaojiang accu, mulat ama, a massive amount of wealth. He relied on these accu mulations to break through to the crystal formation realm and even became an alchemy grandmaster. But who would have thought that he would be reverse stabbed by Yi Yuan when he originally came prepared to ambush Yi Yuan? And this bout claimed his life. Yi Yuan no longer bothered with Fong Yaojiang but prepared to subdue the cleansing sandal flame lotus. With Yi Yuan's alchemic standards, he could naturally easily determine Fong Yaojiang's injuries. He already no longer had the ability to threaten him. Because of Fong Yaojiang, too much time had already been wasted. Yi Yuan must get a tight hold on time to refine the cleansing sandal flame lotus to prevent a long night from being fraught with dreams. Yi Yuan's hands created phantoms as he formed seals. The origin fire essence was instantly trapped by Yi Yuan again. Except that this time, Yi Yuan did not show any painful expression at all. Instead, he appeared to do it with ease. Even though he was mentally prepared long ago, Fong Yaojiang was still angered to the point he vomited blood again. That cleansing sandal sacred flame was trapped by Yi Yuan. It gave off chirping sounds like it was begging for Yi Yuan to spare it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't need to do this. Following me, your name will shake the 9 heavens in the future. Even if you remain here, you also can't escape the conclusion of being subdued by others. Rather than becoming those fools' slave, you might as well follow me. Perhaps there would come a day where not only can you obtain your freedom, you could become much more powerful." It seemed to have understood Yi Yuan's words. That cleansing sandal sacred flame actually struggled no more and allowed Yi Yuan to trap it. Yi Yuan only gave a faint smile when he saw the situation and started to refine the cleansing sandal flame lotus. This cleansing sandal flame lotus was a natural spiritual object. It could naturally sense Yi Yuan's distinction. Although Yi Yuan was not strong, the cleansing sandal flame lotus could sense the power of the depths of Yi Yuan's soul. And from Yi Yuan's divine soul, it could even faintly sense an existence which made it palpitate. Hence, its instinct also told it that submitting to Yi Yuan was its best option. At the gorge, the Black Crow Old Man and the Golden Sword Condor's fight had reached its white-hot stage. What's happening? The treasure ripples from the depths of the cave became unstable. Could it be someone sneaked inside? Black Crow Old Man gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "To dare snatch away my Black Crow's jackpot, truly tired of living. Finest. Hi+ing." Black Crow wielded his staff and beckoned with both hands. All the essence energy in the bottom of the gorge was thrown into disorder. The staff in Black Crow's hands gave off a faint azure glow, and with the increased buildup of essence energy, the more terrifying Black Crow's staff became. "You feathered beast! To dare ruin my beautiful thing, you really think I can't do anything to you? Take this move of mine, Essence Chi Wave. Go and die." Black Crow gave an enraged cry. Black Crow was currently angry to the extreme. There was actually someone who sneaked in from under his eyelids and snatched the priceless treasure belonging to him, Black Crow. How could this not infuriate him? In Black Crow's heart, the valuable treasure born in this Lotus Moon Gorge was already long his. Others were absolutely not allowed to have a share. And now, there was really someone who dared to pull his tiger whiskers. Truly tired of living. An extremely powerful undulation came from the essence chi wave. It felt like it was about to turn everything into nothingness. The golden sword condor was similarly tier 4 and also this lotus moon gorge's master. Its thoughts were actually roughly the same as Black Crow. It naturally also refused to back down at this time, only to see that its bird mouth opened wide and an extremely powerful essence energy beam shot out. In a blink, the two powerful attacks collided together. Rumble! Sand and pebbles immediately blew everywhere in the entire gorge wildly. The area between Black Crow and the golden sword condor was practically raised into flat ground. A bird cry resounded throughout the valley. The golden sword condor actually flew away. It's actually Black Crow Old Man who is superior. Looks like these few years, Black Crow Old Man obtained quite a bit of lucky chances. His strength is actually powerful to such a degree. Yeah. Under ordinary circumstances, early-stage Tier 4 demonic beasts are stronger than first-level C transformation realm human martial artists. But Black Crow actually suppressed the golden sword condor. So scary. The battle between Tier 4 and C transformation is indeed earth-shattering. Completely not on the same level as Crystal Formation realm martial artists. Many curious people surrounded to watch this fight from far away. Seeing the Black Crow actually chased away the golden sword condor, they could not help being greatly shocked, which further dispelled the thought of getting some small gains. While he chased away the golden sword condor, Black Crow was also not feeling too good. The clothing on him was already tattered rags, and he also suffered internal injuries which were not light. But compared to the priceless treasure, what did this small injury even count for? Black Crow did not wish to ultimately prepare the wedding gown for others after a great battle. He recuperated for a short while before charging into the cave, sweeping past towards the underground at maximum speed. And at the current moment, Yi Yuan's refinement had already reached the final juncture. He circulated the Fire Source True Sutra with full strength. Although he was a major realm lower than Fang Yaojiang, his speed was several times faster. Seeing this scene, the fury in Fang Yaojiang's eyes had already turned into sorrowful hatred. Simply not on the same level. Why did you pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger? If I knew beforehand that this brat was so powerful and so sinister, couldn't I have just withdrawn straight away? Currently, Fang Yaojiang's intestines were already green with regret. It was truly wanting to cry but have no tears. Right at this time, he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful aura approaching this place rapidly. Fan Yaojiang sweated heavily. It looked like the outcome was decided outside. Wonder if it was Black Crow Old Man or the Golden Sword Condor. However, the result seemed to be the same. Fang Yaojiang's eyes could not resist turning towards Yi Yuan. A thick mockery intent was revealed in his eyes. Brat, you plotted against your father, but isn't your outcome still death? I don't believe that you can escape alive from the hands of a C transformation realm. Chapter 173. Last-minute breakthrough. Chapter 173. Last-minute breakthrough. The approaching person was clearly releasing a powerful aura on purpose. The goal was to make the other party surrender. Black Crow Old Man was powerful and simply did not care who was inside. Either way, as long as he found out, the outcome was death. This was the powerful confidence in his own strength. Where art thou from, little thief? To dare spoil this old man's business? Quickly leave, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, this old man will extract your soul and refine your bones. Black Crow Old Man's angry roar had exceedingly powerful penetrative force as it instantly spread throughout the entire underground cave. From Black Crow Old Man's voice, one could tell just how enraged he was right now. The reason why Black Crow Old Man was so infuriated was that the treasure's undulations were becoming progressively smaller. It was evidently about to be taken away by someone else. And even though he raised his speed to the maximum right now, he was still unable to arrive immediately, so he wanted to use words to awe the other party. The entire underground cave was full of twists and turns. No matter how great Black Crow's speed was, it was also hard to rush to the deepest part right away. However, his angry cry did not have any effect at all, because Yi Yuan would not even buy it. Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to Black Crow's warning, as if he was unable to sense the aura belonging to a sea transformation realm powerhouse. He continued to refine the cleansing sandal flame lotus. Heart-like still water realm was no joke. Forget about sea transformation realm, even if it was the aura of soul sea realm, it was also impossible to disrupt him. This brat has such powerful concentration. That warning, that should be Black Crow old man. Such an incredible aura, even I'm almost unable to withstand it. He's actually not affected in the slightest. Fang Yaojiang was secretly alarmed. He discovered that other than Yi Yuan's realm not being high, he had no CHINKS in virtually all other aspects. Just what kind of hermit family clan could actually nurture such a breathtaking youth? At least within the scope of the Tranquil Cloud sect, Fang Yaojiang had never heard of such a powerful family clan. Even if it was the Tranquil Cloud sect's core disciples, they were probably inferior when compared to this young man in front of him, right? Right at this time, Yi Yuan, who had his eyes shut this whole time, suddenly snapped open both eyes. A brilliant light shone from his eyes. Fang Yaojiang was secretly shocked. He finished refining the cleansing sandal flame lotus. Yi Yuan's refining speed was actually multiple times faster than him. This brat was truly leaking mystery from all over his body. Black Crow old man, who was currently plusing over, paused his footsteps and clenched his jaw tightly in anger. The aura of that fire attribute treasure totally could not be sensed anymore. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. L has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. Looks like this old man has not come out for a long time. Many people in the outside world have already forgotten the terror of me, Black Crow. Regardless of who you are, I will let you know just how tragic the outcome of pitting against this old man will be. Black Crow old man gnashed his teeth and said. Black Crow moved and swept towards the bottom floor again. But he stopped his footsteps again after just a few steps. Huh? What's going on? This is Essence Energy Storm? Could it be that this little thief wants to break through here? Heh, really does not know how the word death is written. After SNATC. Hing this old man's treasure, he did not think about fleeing but actually dared to stay at the spot to break through. I want to see if you have the strength to withstand old me after breaking through. Black Crow old man said with a cold smile. At the bottom floor, Fang Yaojiang's eyes revealed astonishment again. After Yi Yuan refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, he actually not did run away immediately, but chose to take advantage of the opportunity to break through. Could it be that this brat wanted to confront Black Crow old man face to face? But Yi Yuan was only at the first level spirit condensation realm. Even if he broke through, it was only second level spirit condensation realm. That was on a completely different level from Black Crow old man. Just what on earth is this brat thinking? Although Fang Yaojiang was heavily injured, he was thrown into disorder by Yi Yuan's actions. He initially thought that after Yi Yuan refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, he would flee frantically or find a place to hide. That way, he could see the despair on Yi Yuan's face in his death throes. But who would have thought that this brat's actions would exceed all expectations? He actually chose to break through on the spot and sit here waiting for Black Crow old man's arrival. Yi Yuan's expression was currently calm, as if he did not sense the approaching danger. He just absorbed essence energy frenziedly and greedily. The cleansing sandal flame lotus was a Tier 4 natural spiritual object. By itself, it contained vast quant. 1 ties of essence energy. After Yi Yuan refined it, he already became one with the cleansing sandal flame lotus. Borrowing that colossal essence energy from the cleansing sandal flame lotus, it was not surprising for Yi Yuan to take advantage of the situation to break through. It was just that the timing and venue he chose was unbelievable. In truth, it was not that Yi Yuan did not wish to run, but because he knew that he already could not flee. Entering the heart-like still water state, Yi Yuan had an abnormally vivid grasp on the situation. From Black Crow Old Man's undulations, he had already crossed that hidden cave entrance. Even if Yi Yuan wanted to flee, there was already no place to escape. Since there was no place to run to, then there was only meeting the enemy face to face. At this very moment, even another portion of strength was good too. What Yi Yuan was about to face was a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Hence, he chose to break through without hesitation. Perhaps to others, sea transformation realm was an unmatchable existence. Any form of resistance was futile. But Yi Yuan would not think that way. He had a clear understanding of a sea transformation realm powerhouse's strength, and also had a clear understanding of the cards in his hands. Yi Yuan felt that he had the strength to fight. Another 9 spirit liquid drops gradually formed within Yi Yuan's dantian. He was about to break through to the second-level spirit condensation realm. Right then, an aged but ice-cold voice sounded out, "I was wondering which expert dared to steal my Black Crow's item. Turns out that it's merely a first-level spirit condensation realm, little punk. The younger generation should really be feared. To actually even dare to do a last-minute breakthrough. Such bravado is worth complimenting. However, it ends here." Black Crow casually fired out a ball of light which flew towards the currently breaking through Yi Yuan with tremendous speed. Even though it was just a casual blow, this strike made even Fang Yaojiang palpitate. Putting aside that he was currently heavily injured, even if he was perfectly fine, he also would not dare to receive it head-on. Bang! It did not happen like Black Crow imagined. The ball of light SMAs. HI plus in Yi Yuan to smithereens. Just now, Yi Yuan suddenly turned into 9 in an instant. And that light ball pas said through the center Yi Yuan just like that, striking a rock behind. Then, the 9 silhouettes combined into one and Yi Yuan's figure appeared. The current Yi Yuan actually already successfully broke through. Black Crow Old Man's expression stirred and said, "Oh, really have some capabilities. No wonder you would do this sort of suicidal thing. Brat, hand over the treasure. This old man will not just spare your life. I can even take you in as my disciple. How's that?" Yi Yuan looked at Black Crow Old Man indifferently and said, "You don't have the qualifications yet to be my master. What you can teach, I know them all. But what I know, you might not." Ha ha! What an unbridled brat. Since that's the case, I'll take the treasure myself after I kill you. I want to see just what do you know that even I, this sea transformation realm, can't teach you. Yi Yuan's words were simply ignorantly rampant in Black Crow's ears. Only Fang Yaojiang lying over the ground knew that what Yi Yuan said might not be false. Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he said nonchalantly, "Yuan Fei, come on out." When Yi Yuan said that, Black Crow's face changed. With his sea transformation realm divine sense, he actually did not discover that there were still people around here. Could it be? Chapter 174. 7-Star Ephemeris Grand Array. Chapter 174. 7-Star Ephemeris Grand Array. Under Black Crow Old Man's horrified eyes, Yuan Fei appeared out of thin air. Yuan Fei's arrival gave him a huge shock, but what followed was wild elation. Spatial artifact. You actually have a spatial artifact. Ha ha! The heaven has truly opened its eyes. Not only did it let me, Black Crow, obtain a priceless natural treasure, it even let me acquire a spatial artifact. Black Crow laughed madly without restraint. Seeing Black Crow Old Man's appearance, Yi Yuan could not help secretly lamenting that he was an idiot. He even dared to show the spatial artifact, Could he not have any self-assurance at all? Why is everybody so presumptuous and opinionated? Fang Yaojiang was so, Black Crow Old Man too. It was like every time a treasure appeared, it was prepared for them. If Fang Yaojiang could straighten out his mentality, it would not have been such an easy thing to invite him into the pit. Yuan Fei, how did the practice of the 7-star ephemeris grand array go? Yi Yuan transmitted. Under young master's guidance, after these few days of drilling, my clan members and I already have a preliminary grasp on this set of grand arrays. As a matter of fact, this set of arrays is truly miraculous. It can actually allow me to borrow my clan members' strength and temporarily let my strength break through to Tier 4. Even if Yuan Fei had always been very composed, his words also faintly revealed his excitement. These few days, Yi Yuan had been doing things alone. But he did not let Yuan Fei rest. Yuan Fei was Yi Yuan's greatest aid for a period of time after today. Raising his strength was equivalent to raising his own strength. But if he let Yuan Fei cultivate by himself, he would not know just when he could break through to middle stage Tier 3. Hence, Yi Yuan blazed a new trail and imparted him a set of array technique, which was this set. The 7-star ephemeris grand array. 7-star ephemeris grand array was a Tier 4 array with tremendous might. If 8C transformation realm powerhouses were proficient in this array, they could even cross ranks to challenge a Soul C realm powerhouse. Once such an array leaked out, all the great sects would surely SNATCH viciously over it. If there were 10 Tier 3 demonic beasts like Yuan Fei using this array, killing a first-level C transformation realm like Black Crow Old Man would be like slaughtering a dog. But sadly, among Yuan Fei's clan members, there was only Yuan Fei, this one Tier 3 demonic beast. Therefore, Yi Yuan chose 7x7, 49 late-stage Tier 2 long-arm stone apes among Yuan Fei's clan members. Every 7 long-arm stone apes formed a miniature 7-star ephemeris grand array to coordinate with Yuan Fei to form such an array. Even though the might was not as strong as a genuine Tier 3 demonic beast, it could still let Yuan Fei's strength soar a rank. The essence of the 7-star ephemeris grand array was to allow 7 people's attack power go through the amplification of the array by PAS. Sing through the array's development and finally let the 8th person unleash an overwhelming blow. The 7 people's attacks would multiply layer by layer when transiting through the array. By the time the 8th person released it, the might would be so great to the extent where it caused people to be struck with awe. Yuan Fei and his clansmen formed this grand array. Although it was only an elementary understanding, it should not be an issue to trap Black Crow Old Man. Brat, you aren't thinking that with a Tier 3 demonic beast, you can deal with me, right? Ah. Black Crow could not resist laughing out loud again when he saw Yuan Fei's strength. Yi Yuan's move was simply childish to the extreme. Yi Yuan simply smiled and said, "You're wrong. Not Yuan Fei alone, but it's a whole bunch." Once Yi Yuan's voice fell, 7x7, 49 late-stage Tier 2 long-arm stone apes instantly appeared. These 49 long-arm stone apes each formed a team of 7 AS, summing a 7-star position, protecting Yuan Fei in the center. It faintly gave off a pressure which did not lose out to Black Crow Old Man. But Black Crow Old Man did not find it too impressive. He said lightly, "You actually have an entire clan of long-arm stone ape spirit beasts and also possess a spatial artifact. Looks like your background is extraordinary. But precisely because that is so, you have to die today beyond doubt even more." What a joke. Just an early-stage Tier 3 demonic beast and a bunch of late-stage Tier 2 demonic beasts. Simply a bunch of trash. What kind of threat could they pose to him, a C transformation realm? At the very most, it was just delaying the time it took for Yi Yuan to die. However, Black Crow Old Man was indeed somewhat fearful of Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai, a second-level spirit condensation realm rookie who not only could he subdue a Tier 3 demonic beast, but he even owned a spatial artifact, a priceless treasure. His background was probably not simple. It looked like he had to make sure not a single drop of water leaks out right now to prevent any future troubles. Is that so? You can come and test. Towards Black Crow's posturing, Yi Yuan had an indifferent face. Test then test. Just a bunch of ants. Could you flip the heaven? Black Crow Old Man behaved as if he looked down arrogantly upon the world. Waving his staff, he attacked Yuan Fei. This blow looked light as a feather, but when it arrived in front of Yuan Fei, its momentum was akin to MT Tai. Black Crow Old Man smiled coldly as he prepared to crush Yuan Fei with a single blow. Facing a Sea Transformation Realm powerhouse, Yuan Fei naturally did not dare to slight him. Long before Black Crow Old Man made his move, the 7-star Ephemeris Grand Array already activated. Presently, Yuan Fei's iron palm struck out. He actually wanted to clash head-on with Black Crow Old Man. The two blows collided and Black Crow Old Man was struck dumb with amazement. Yuan Fei's blow was actually not the slightest bit weaker than his. How is this possible? Boom. The two blows caused an explosion in midair. Equally matched, Sea Transformation Realm experts had already transcended mortal and secular. Therefore, in their eyes, all those below Sea Transformation Realm were akin to ant. Black Crow Old Man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was a Sea Transformation Realm expert. How could he fight to a draw with a bunch of ants? And at this time, Black Crow Old Man was already surrounded dead by a bunch of long-armed stone apes in the center. This is an array? Yes, this is definitely an array. But what kind of array could actually have such power? To actually let an early-stage Tier 3 demonic beast possess the combat power of a Sea Transformation Realm expert? This is too inconceivable. Black Crow Old Man currently, apart from astonishment, was still in astonishment. Senior Black Crow, I wonder if the test results are satisfactory? Yi Yuan said laughingly. Black Crow Old Man's face fell. This brat was really unforgiving about the situation. I really did not expect that there was still such a miraculous array in this world. However, this is already your greatest reliance, right? You're also looking down on Sea Transformation Realm experts too much. Black Crow Old Man said with a cold smile. How am I belittling Sea Transformation Realm experts? It's Senior Black Crow who is pressing me too hard, that's why Junior had to resist. Why not we both take a step back and Senior let me leave? How's that? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Black Crow Old Man's eyes flickered and he said, It's also not out of the question to let you leave. But leave behind that natural spiritual object, spatial artifact, and this set of array technique. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, Senior has no sincerity at all. If I hand over these items, then what capital do I have to contend with Senior? The way I see it, Senior probably doesn't plan on letting me leave, right? Afraid that I'll return home to find the elders in my clan? Black Crow Old Man's eyes turned piercing at once. This brat was young, but not easy to hoodwink. So what? This old man refuses to believe that just a mere set of arrays can let a bunch of ants threaten a Sea Transformation Realm expert. Finest. HI+ing Black Crow Old Man's body released a powerful aura. The surrounding essence energy seemed to have been plundered by him alone. This was the horrifying aspect of Sea Transformation Realm experts. Chapter 175. Awe of Sea Transformation Realm. Chapter 175. Awe of Sea Transformation Realm. Sea Transformation Realm powerhouses could communicate with heaven and earth essence energy around, maneuvering them for one's own use. Although Sea Transformation Realm only touched upon some superficial knowledge of communicating with heaven and earth essence energy, this modic was sufficient to let them declare hegemony in front of martial artists beneath the Sea Transformation Realm. Black Crow Old Man waved his staff. All the essence energy in the underground cave was churned up by him. An extremely powerful aura emitted off of his body. The undulations were way stronger than earlier. Yuan Fei entertained Senior Black Crow cordially. Remember what I said to you before? Yi Yuan did not panic when he saw the situation as he said this to Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei's gaze flashed when he heard that. Yes, young master. Yuan Fei naturally remembers. Just like facing the golden sword condor, Black Crow Old Man's staff gathered vast quant. 1 ties of essence energy. A very terrifying aura spread out. But right then, Yuan Fei's iron palm landed. Yuan Fei obviously would not smack Black Crow Old Man's staff stupidly. He attacked his lower half. Yuan Fei's attack could virtually draw with Black Crow Old Man. How would he dare to slight it? Hence, he hurriedly pulled back to defend. The essence energy collected halfway by the staff vanished with a trace. Currently, Black Crow Old Man was stuck deep within the 7-star ephemeris Grand Array. This feeling was just like facing a same-rank opponent. And this 7-star ephemeris Grand Array was aberrantly profound. Every time he wanted to break the array by eradicating those Tier 2 long-armed stone apes, the final opponent was always Yuan Fei. You got to be joking. Yi Yuan was a grandmaster of the array Dao. How could the array he planted be broken so easily? How could Yi Yuan not have considered these flaws in Black Crow Old Man's eyes? Unless one's strength were immense to a certain degree to break the array using force, and if one did not understand the principle of array Dao, Black Crow Old Man's opponent would forever only be Yuan Fei. Black Crow Old Man was not powerful to that sort of extent yet. Although Yuan Fei was not as powerful as Black Crow Old Man, he was still a peak early-stage Tier 3 demonic beast. His strength was roughly equivalent to a human third-level crystal formation realm. Through the compounding by the array formation, he already possessed the strength to fight with Black Crow Old Man. Of course, the prerequisite was to not let Black Crow Old Man mobilize heaven and earth essence energy. Black Crow Old Man was presently so depressed that he wanted to puke blood. Because each time he mustered up heaven and earth essence energy, it would be disrupted by Yuan Fei very shamelessly. Yuan Fei's timing was grasped very well. Each time he attacked was when Black Crow Old Man mustered a small portion of heaven and earth essence energy. And the place he attacked was also a vital area. This small amount of heaven and earth essence energy simply could not cause much harm to Yuan Fei. Furthermore, Yuan Fei attacked a vital point. This left Black Crow Old Man no choice but to give up ACCU, mulating heaven and earth essence energy. This was also the attacking method Yi Yuan incited Yuan Fei to do. Transformation realm experts were indeed powerful. But if they were unable to muster heaven and earth essence energy, their might was limited. If the opponent were just an ordinary crystal formation realm martial artist, a transformation realm could completely crush him. But if the opponent's strength and theirs were roughly the same, transformation realm experts would rarely have the chance to summon heaven and earth essence energy. Previously, outside the cave, Black Crow Old Man also fought intensely with the Golden Sword Condor for a long time before finding the opportunity to unleash a big move. And now, Yuan Fei relied on the 7-star ephemeris Grand Array. His strength was already roughly the same as Black Crow Old Man. In the battle circle, the more Black Crow Old Man fought, the more secretly alarmed he became. If this continued, wouldn't he, a transformation realm expert, be exhausted to death? He could not refrain from regretting now that he was overly KY at the start so as to fall into the other party's grand array. If he were not inside the array formation, no matter how strong Yuan Fei was, he would also be unable to prevent him from gathering heaven and earth essence energy. The powerful aspect of array formations lied in this. Once trapped within, it was like sinking into a quagmire. Thinking of coming out then would not be so easy. It was also because Yuan Fei and his clan members had only come into contact with this array formation not long and could only unleash 10% to 20% of this array formation. Otherwise, the current Black Crow Old Man would already be a corpse. Black Crow Old Man gritted his teeth tightly. He knew that this could not continue any longer. The matter on hand was to break this array formation first, or else he might really have to fall here today. Black Crow Old Man dodged a blow from Yuan Fei. The staff in his hand started to gather heaven and earth essence energy once more. Yuan Fei was already accustomed to this because of previous experiences on how to defeat this blow from Black Crow Old Man. He attacked a vital area once again. But this time, Black Crow Old Man did not dissipate the essence energy to pull back and protect his vital area. Instead, he forcefully took a palm from Yuan Fei. Not good. Careful, Yuan Fei. Quickly retreat. By the side, Yi Yuan was greatly alarmed when he saw the situation. He also did not think that this Black Crow Old Man would actually be so decisive. But it was already too late. Pooh! Black Crow Old Man sprayed out a mouthful of blood in midair, but a trace of sneer still hung at the corner of his mouth. Essence Chi Wave, explode for me. It was making use of this time gap that Black Crow Old Man already completed the mustering of heaven and earth essence energy and successfully coagulated the essence Chi Wave. Although time-wise it was rather rushed, so this essence Chi Wave was not as strong as back when dealing with the Golden Sword Condor. However, it was sufficient to deal with Yuan Fei. Furthermore, Black Crow Old Man was currently within the array formation. The essence Chi Wave was too close to Yuan Fei and the others. Yuan Fei clearly also did not expect that Black Crow Old Man would play such a hand. By the time he heard Yi Yuan's warning, it was already too late. In a hurry, he spurred the 7-star ephemeris Grand Array and forcefully carried out a defense. Yuan Fei could rival Black Crow Old Man, but that was only under the circumstances where he did not gather heaven and earth essence energy. Essence Chi Wave was not something he could defend against using just the 7-star ephemeris Grand Array. Boom! Yuan Fei along with his clansmen was blown apart by the essence Chi Wave like a flower blooming as they flew out. Yuan Fei took this blow face on. He withstood the bulk of the attack and was also the most heavily injured. The white-colored Yuan Fei was currently drenched in blood, appearing very miserable. Luckily, he mobilized the Grand Array at the 11th hour and neutralized most of the damage. Otherwise, he would probably be dead right now. The might of the sea transformation realm was devastatingly powerful. Bang! Black Crow Old Man's body smashed heavily on the rock's cruise. Plussing the rock behind him into powder. He forcefully took a blow from the Grand Array. His present situation was also not too good. In reality, back when Black Crow Old Man and the Golden Sword Condor clashed, he was already injured. It was just for the sake of Russ. Ing to the underground cave that he forcefully suppressed his injuries the whole time. Currently, having suffered a heavy blow, his strength was already far from before. Yi Yuan saw that the situation was not good and immediately activated the spatial artifact, storing away all the long-arm stone 8. Are you alright, Yuan Fei? Yi Yuan's figure moved, and he appeared beside Yuan Fei. I won't die, young master. It's just that I did not manage to aid young master with your problem. Yuan Fei is useless. How so? You were a huge help. You enter the spatial artifact to quietly recuperate first. Leave the rest of it to me. Don't. I can still keep up. This person is too powerful. I'm afraid that young master is not his match. Yuan Fei did not have the intention to belittle Yi Yuan. In truth, it was after he exchanged blows with Black Crow that he could sense the other party's might clearly. Yi Yuan's realm was too low after all. There was simply no possibility of winning. You recuperate in peace. When have young master ever let you down before? Relax, I'll take revenge for you. Yi Yuan said as he looked at Black Crow Old Man frostily. Chapter 176. Avatar Body. Chapter 176. Avatar Body. Bang. A foot sent a large piece of rock in front flying. Black Crow Old Man walked out of the gaping hole which he blasted out himself. Currently, Black Crow Old Man's clothing was in rags. Where was there even a trace of the bearing of an expert? He was totally a beggar. Very good. Excellent. A bunch of ants actually forced this old man to such an extent. You all can be amply proud. However, the price for that is all of your lives. Black Crow Old Man did not conceal his killing intent at all. He was truly enraged. Before coming to SN. ATC. H the treasure, Black Crow Old Man already calculated it. The biggest opponent during this trip would be the Golden Sword Condor. But who would have thought that this brat which popped out from God's knows where, not only did he SN. ATC. H away his treasure, he even gave him severe wounds. Inside the endless forest, Black Crow Old Man was a veteran powerhouse. Especially ever since he broke through to the sea transformation realm, he had never sustained such heavy injuries before. And all of these was bestowed by this brat in front of him who was still wet behind his ears. Without a doubt, Black Crow Old Man already had his killing intent triggered. As luck would have it, Yi Yuan currently also had his killing intent invoked. Ever since submission, Yuan Fei had been performing his duties diligently. Yi Yuan had already accepted this demonic beast servant. And just now, Black Crow Old Man nearly killed Yuan Fei. If not for Yuan Fei defending it at the last moment using the might of the Grand Array, he would probably be dead already at this time. Yi Yuan had always been a protective person. Black Crow Old Man's actions thoroughly incensed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan kept Yuan Fei away into the spatial artifact as well. He stared at Black Crow Old Man frostily and said, "This little lord's life is right here. Come and take it if you have the capabilities." Looking at Yi Yuan exuding fighting spirit, Black Crow Old Man laughed wildly. "Ha ha, isn't your greatest reliance that Grand Array just now? Now that the Grand Array is broken, you're actually straining to be arrogant in front of this old man. Truly have no idea of death." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "If it was you at your heyday, I'm obviously not your match. But you're originally already injured outside. You also received Yuan Fei's blow just now. I'm afraid that your injuries right now isn't light either, correct? How much strength can you unleash still? 60%? Or is it 50%? Being seen through by Yi Yuan, Black Crow Old Man's face involuntarily changed. He immediately snorted coldly and said, "Humph! Even if I can only exert 30% of my strength, killing you is also no different from squaws. Hi plus ing an ant. Is that so? This little lord wants to see just how you squash me, this ant, to death," Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "Finest. Hi plus ing." Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill straight away. His aura instantly skyrocketed. This was the Tier 2 5 Elements Spirit Link pill Yi Yuan refined before the trip. Under Black Crow Old Man's panic-stricken eyes, Yi Yuan's realm soared and instantly broke through to 3rd level Spirit Condensation Realm, and finally stopping at 5th level Spirit Condensation Realm. Huh? What medicinal pill is this? To actually directly broke through 3 realms. However, it should only be temporary, right? Black Crow Old Man said with a scoff. "It's enough to deal with you," Yi Yuan said frigidly. "Haha. How wildly arrogant. If you can break through to the Crystal Formation Realm, I might still fear you a little. Only raising 3 minor realms in the Spirit Condensation Realm, what can that change?" Yi Yuan did not waste his breath anymore. He directly turned into 9 silhouette. 9 sword beams combined into 1. Azure Dipper floating 0 sword art, 9 sword stance. Yi Yuan used his strongest killing move when he came up. Black Crow Old Man's eyes revealed a faint surprise. He clearly did not think that a mere spirit condensation realm could actually release such a valiant sword move. Yi Yuan was currently releasing the Nine Swords stance with the 5th level spirit condensation realm. Its might went up a level. Except, facing a sea transformation realm powerhouse, this sword seemed to be lacking. Black Crow Old Man just lightly tapped with his staff, hitting that sword beam directly, and the sword beam immediately vanished into nothingness. Powerful. A might which made people feel despair. The Nine Swords stance which had always worked could not even cause an iota of threat to Black Crow Old Man. Even if he could only exert 50% of his strength, the power of Black Crow Old Man still made people feel hopeless. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not be naive enough to think that he could settle the other party based solely on this one sword. He was just probing Black Crow Old Man's strength. Evidently, Black Crow Old Man also saw through Yi Yuan's thoughts, so he brought out his strongest side. It looked to be a relaxed resolution, but tremendous shock surged in Black Crow Old Man's heart. He originally thought that this sword was only SOSO. But when he came into contact with the sword beam, the tremendous attack power of the sword beam still made him somewhat ill-prepared. This sword could already virtually hurt crystal formation realm experts, and his strength now was only around middle-stage crystal formation realm. If not for his thick base, just that move earlier would have already wounded him. He nearly failed in an easy task. This made Black Crow Old Man secretly furious. Humph. Paltry tricks. You already finished fighting. Now it's my turn. Black Crow Old Man decided to show Yi Yuan a thing or two properly to let him know what was called Sea Transformation Realm. He held the staff horizontally in front of his chest and started gathering the horrifying heaven and earth essence energy once more. Black Crow Old Man's staff was obviously a spirit artifact. It had the effect of boosting the ACCU. Mulation of heaven and earth essence energy. It was also precisely this aspect which allowed him to defeat the Golden Sword Condor. Now, Black Crow Old Man gathered heaven and earth essence energy. While it was not as terrifying as the heaven and earth essence energy previously, it was also not something that a spirit condensation realm martial artist like Yi Yuan could withstand. Yi Yuan's expression faltered when he saw the situation. He gritted his teeth and formed 9 bodies once more, unleash. Plusing the 9 swords stance once again. However, in front of the heaven and earth essence energy ACCU. Mulat by Black Crow Old Man, this move was too insignificant. It could not even cause a small wave. Humph. A brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Go and die. Black Crow Old Man strike lightly. The essence chi wave hurtled towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly executed his movement technique to try and escape. But the essence chi wave's speed became faster and faster, and followed after like a shadow. Rumble. The essence chi wave exploded once again. The insides of the cave became a brilliant patch of white, blinding the eyes. Black Crow Old Man sensed that Yi Yuan's aura had already vanished with trace. It was evident that Yi Yuan was already dead beyond dead. Ha ha ha. Stinky brat who looks down on other people. Finally dead, eh? A puny little spirit condensation realm actually dared to be so wantonly conceited. Truly tired of living. Black Crow Old Man had also been taken advantage of fully by Yi Yuan today. He had been in an extremely bad mood. Now that he knew Yi Yuan died, a mouthful of turbid air in his chest was finally exhaled. His heart had unspeakable carefreeness. Who knew how many years it had been? Black Crow Old Man was actually gloating over killing a spirit condensation realm. After a few moments, the light dissipated. Black Crow Old Man looked towards where Yi Yuan originally was, and his laughter stopped abruptly. Following that, his expression changed. That place was actually completely empty. If Yi Yuan became residue, Black Crow Old Man would not even find that strange. But that piece of land did not even have a hair. Since when did the power of the essence chi wave become so powerful? Could it actually vaporize Yi Yuan entirely? What kind of joke was this? Right then, Black Crow Old Man felt Guseb. MPS all over his body. There was danger. Black Crow Old Man did not even think about it as his body shot backward with immense speed. Boom! A streak of sword beams shot out from the ground, punching through the earth's surface, piercing straight towards Black Crow Old Man's face. Swaz. Plus the sword beam grazed against Black Crow's face, shaving off a few strands of hair. So close. And right at this moment, Yi Yuan's figure also leaped out from the ground. Black Crow Old Man avoided this crisis, but his expression changed. Avatar Body? Chapter 177. Black Crow in Fire. Chapter 177. Black Crow in Fire. Correct answer. But there's no prize. Black Crow Old Man's face flickered erratically. Yi Yuan's might had far exceeded his expectations. All sorts of technique emerged in an endless stream. It was simply impossible to guard against. Just now, if not for his instinct, this sword from Yi Yuan would probably have shaved away half his life. His current injuries were already very severe. If more wounds piled on, he might really just fall here today. You actually succeeded in making an avatar body. Could this be related to the precious treasure born this time? Just what is it? Black Crow Old Man's heart jolted, and he opened his mouth to ask. Want to know? That will have to depend on whether you have the capabilities to pry open my mouth. Yi Yuan snorted coldly. Black Crow Old Man was also a man with broad knowledge. Just from a look, he could perceive Yi Yuan's methods and linked it to the cleansing sandal flame lotus. However, Yi Yuan obviously would not be naive enough to help him resolve his doubts. The cleansing sandal flame lotus was currently his greatest trump card. Only a fool would do something like exposing his hidden cards himself. After Yi Yuan refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, he spontaneously came into possession of an avatar body. Although this avatar body was not as strong as the main body, there was a benefit to it. As long as the cleansing sandal flame lotus's main body did not die, the avatar could be produced continually. And the avatar body was virtually the same as the main body. Without any special methods, it was very hard to distinguish between them. Using it to confuse the opponent's senses was an excellent choice. Just now, Yi Yuan formed an avatar body, but his main body quietly tunneled into the ground, all so that he could take him by surprise. It was just that he did not expect Black Crow Old Man to be very cautious and actually barely evaded this strike. Brat, I admit that you're very strong. However, this is it. To be able to force me to use this move, you can be sufficiently proud. Black Crow Old Man's expression changed as he said. Black Crow Old Man flipped over his palm. A bundle of black-colored flames danced around on his palm, which would cause people to have apprehension. That bundle of black-colored flames was just like Black Crow. One look, and it was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Black Crow in Fire. Yi Yuan's face also changed when he saw the situation. To think that although you're young, your knowledge isn't shallow. That's right. This is precisely the flame that this old man became renowned for. A Tier 3 essence fire, Black Crow in Fire. Black Crow Old Man said somberly. Martial artists familiar with essence fires had a common understanding, which was that black-colored flames were generally not to be trifled with, no matter what rank the flame was. Because black-colored flames tend to be virtual fires, without a corporeal body. And its might would be extremely powerful. Not only were virtual fires hard to defend against, but it could also be used directly on martial artists' divine soul. Once tainted by virtual fire, even if they were fortunate enough to not die, it would generally be like maggots-infested bones as it corroded the martial artist's divine soul, all the way till death. Black Crow Old Man became famed throughout the world because when he was at the Crystal Formation Realm, he refined a Tier 3 essence fire, Black Crow Fire. He became an extremely powerful existence among the crystal formation realms. Today, even though Black Crow Old Man already stepped into the sea transformation realm, the Black Crow Fire was not outdated. On the contrary, because his body's strength experienced a huge increment, it nurtured the Black Crow Fire instead, making the Black Crow Fire even more powerful. The Black Crow Fire today was only a step away from being able to advance to Tier 4 Essence Fire. Toward the current Black Crow Fire, even sea transformation realm experts would absolutely be unwilling to provoke him. Dealing with a spirit condensation realm like Yi Yuan was somewhat putting fine timber to petty use. However, this should be Black Crow Old Man's hidden, final ultimate move. It served to show just how much emphasis he placed on Yi Yuan to plan to use this to deal with Yi Yuan. Truly despicable. To actually use Black Crow Fire to deal with me. Yi Yuan looked like he was plussing his teeth in hatred as he appeared nervous. Brat, this old man also can't be blamed for this. If you were not so troublesome, this old man also wouldn't use my lifeblood essence fire. Now you can go and die. Ah! The next instant, Yi Yuan suddenly gave a miserable cry. His entire person was being scorched by the Black Crow Fire, his appearance looking very terrifying. However, Black Crow Old Man did not show any complacent look on his face. Instead, he snorted coldly and said, "Humph! Avatar body again. Let's see how long you can keep hiding. Once the effects of your pill pass," said, "I want to see just what you have to dodge my Black Crow Fire with." When Black Crow Old Man finished talking, the opposite Yi Yuan in the midst of his wretched cries turned into nothing. Another avatar body. Black Crow Old Man waved his hand, and the Black Crow Fire instantly said through a rock. Another tragic cry sounded out. But just like before, Yi Yuan turned into nothing a second time. Hide. Continue hiding. I'll see just how long you can hide till. Black Crow Old Man said with a completely somber face. He kept mobilizing the Black Crow Fire non-stop, extinguished. Ing one Yi Yuan after another. But what he wiped out were always fake Yi Yuans. Black Crow Old Man's face was livid with rage. This Yi Yuan was too nasty to deal with. A puny little 5th-level spirit condensation realm could actually form so many avatar bodies. If it were somebody else, their essence energy would probably have long dried up, right? But Yi Yuan switched his location repeatedly. Black Crow Old Man also could not detect where Yi Yuan's true body was. No matter how powerful his Black Crow Fire was, it was pointless if he could not burn Yi Yuan. However, Black Crow was not anxious about this, because he knew that the medicinal pill which could raise cultivation realm that Yi Yuan consumed surely had a time limit and aftereffects. Hence, before the medicinal pill's effect wore off, Yi Yuan would definitely seek out the chance to deal with him. He did not even need to make a move to kill Yi Yuan. As long as he withstood Yi Yuan's final attack, Yi Yuan would be free for him to butcher. There were quite a few secrets on his brat's body. When the time came and he underwent soul search, he should be able to dig out quite a few secrets. Still not coming out yet? Is it interesting to play hide and seek? However, it's almost time up for your medicinal pill to lose its effect, right? After burning another Yi Yuan to death, Black Crow Old Man faced the empty cave and shouted loudly. Right then, Yi Yuan's silhouette scurried out from behind a rock. The 9-sword stance was activated suddenly. This was the first time Yi Yuan took the initiative to attack after Black Crow Old Man brought out the Black Crow Fire. It was fast and ruthless. However, Black Crow Old Man seemed to have expected this. He gave a cold laugh as the Black Crow Fire danced within his palm and instantly attacked Yi Yuan. Before Yi Yuan had the time to cry out, the ground behind Black Crow Old Man erupted. Another silhouette tunneled out rapidly. This was Yi Yuan's real body. He used the avatar body to attract the Black Crow Fire, while his real body would unleash a lethal strike from behind Black Crow Old Man. The timing of this blow was grasped exceptionally well, not giving Black Crow Old Man the opportunity to catch his breath. The Tsanghua sword stabbed straight at Black Crow Old Man's throat. It was also close at hand. Black Crow Old Man turned around, but not the slightest trace of panic could not be seen on his face. He suddenly chuckled frostily. "I've been waiting for you." Just this sentence, but Yi Yuan's expression changed suddenly. Black Crow Old Man reached out his finger to lightly pinch, gripping hold of Yi Yuan's Tsanghua sword. The next moment, the black-colored flames extended up Tsanghua's sword, burning rapidly up to Yi Yuan's sword-wielding hand, and then swiftly burned his entire body. Using the same old trick. "Do you think that I would fall for it again? Childish. Plus now you can die," Black Crow said with a cold smile. This time, the Black Crow Een fire seared Yi Yuan's real body. Chapter 178. Flame Explosion. Chapter 178. Flame Explosion. Ah. You let go. You quickly let go. Yi Yuan's entire body was being swathed with black flames. The expression on his face seemed to be somewhat distorted, as if in extreme agony. "Ha ha. Painful, right? Let this old man appreciate your tormented expression properly. Enjoy this old man's Black Crow Een fire to your heart's content." Seeing Yi Yuan's tormented expression, there was unspeakable alacrity in Black Crow Old Man's heart. During this trip to the Lotus Moon Gorge, he had been taken advantage of fully by this spirit condensation realm brat. He was as depressed as he could get. Now, this brat was finally subjugated by him. Black Crow Old Man could not help having a feeling of exaltation upon fulfillment. But Black Crow Old Man did not discover that Yi Yuan's other hand was hidden in his sleeves, as if he was secretly doing something the whole time. Bluffing you. Just as Black Crow Old Man was enjoying the aftertaste of victory, Yi Yuan's distorted expression was kept away at this time, and what replaced it was a relaxed expression. Black Crow Old Man's face changed greatly, and he instinctively felt that things were not good. But it was already too late. An extremely horrifying energy surged between Black Crow and Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's body suddenly sent out a faint yellow flame which intertwined with the Black Crow Een fire. Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. It's Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. You don't want to live anymore? Two types of essence fires coming together will cause a flame explosion. We will all die. Stop. Quickly stop. Black Crow Old Man shouted at the top of his voice. Essence fires were born from heaven and earth. Even a Tier 1 essence fire was an object with a spirit. All heaven and earth spiritual objects had their own pride. Therefore, two types of essence fires could not come into contact with each other no matter what, especially under the circuit stance where the two kinds of essence fires were at around the same rank. Once the two types of essence fires contact together, the two different attributed essence fires would produce an intense friction, and from this, it would rise to a devastatingly horrifying explosion. This sort of explosion was hailed as flame explosion. The higher the ranks of the two different essence fires, the more potent the explosion produced. The Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame was a Tier 4 essence fire, while the Black Crow Een fire, through Black Crow Old Man's careful nurturing, had already approached Tier 4. The might of the flame explosion produced by these two types of essence fires coming together could be imagined. You're overthinking it. The only one who will die is you. Facing the horrifying energy coming off from the two types of essence fires colliding, Yi Yuan was quite indifferent to the situation. To Yi Yuan, he could be killed by experts, but would not be burned to death by fire. Even if these two types of flames, one of them being Tier 4, and the other quasi-Tier 4, the two types of flames interwove together, setting off a terrifying energy vortex, pulling firmly onto the two people. Black Crow Old Man fought desperately to try and break free of this binding force, but it was futile. Sensing the increasingly harrowing energy, Black Crow Old Man had a never-before feeling of hopelessness. What was scary was not death, but the process of waiting for death. "Brat, you can still make it if you pull back now. The two of us will withdraw our essence fire at the same time. Then, the flame explosion won't occur. Otherwise, jade and stone will be burned alike." Black Crow Old Man was so anxious that he was covered with sweat. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Enjoy the might of the flame explosion properly. I won't accompany you." The flame explosion was already formed. Yi Yuan had no need to continue staying. Otherwise, he would really have to perish together with Black Crow Old Man. Yi Yuan's figure moved, like fish shaking off the fetters of the flame explosion vortex, swimming towards outside the cave. Black Crow Old Man's eyes nearly popped out when he saw this scene. Such a powerful binding force that even he, this sea transformation realm, could not break free of. Just how did this brat accomplish it? However, he did not have the time to contemplate this now, as the explosion was about to occur, and he was at the heart of the flame explosion. Once it blew up, he would die for sure. Black Crow Old Man tried various methods but was ultimately unable to shake off this powerful suction force. He also tried various means of trying to eliminate the flame explosion, but it was a wasted effort. Yi Yuan was currently swimming in the air like a fish and finally arrived at the cave entrance. The flame explosion's shackling force was only up to here. Yi Yuan collapsed onto the ground weakly and was unable to move anymore. At the same time, Nanfeng Jiro appeared out of thin air. "Yi Yuan, are you all right?" Seeing Yi Yuan's miserable state, Nanfeng Jiro hurriedly rushed forward. Yi Yuan smiled tragically and said, "You look at my appearance, does this look fine? Enough nonsense, quickly leave this place. This place is about to blow up. I can't move right now. Quickly bring me out of this place." "Finest. Hi+ing." Yi Yuan's eyes turned upwards, and he thoroughly fainted. In reality, since the beginning, Yi Yuan already detected the essence fire on Black Crow Old Man's body. It was also then that Yi Yuan already had a strategy. Yi Yuan was very clear that with his realm, let alone killing Black Crow Old Man, he could not even achieve letting his attack touch him, even if he consumed the Tier 2 5 Elements Spirit Link pill. And on Yi Yuan's body, his greatest killing weapon was the newly refined Tier 4 Essence Fire, Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. Only it could cause harm to Black Crow Old Man. Therefore, unless it reached the last moment, Yi Yuan absolutely could not show this trump card. However, Yi Yuan was very sensitive towards essence fires. He could faintly sense that there was an essence fire whose might was not weak inside Black Crow Old Man's body. This, however, provided Yi Yuan with a new idea, and that was a flame explosion. Once the flame explosion could form, then it would not be a matter of hurting Black Crow Old Man anymore. Therefore, Yi Yuan consolidated at every step as he advanced, and slowly lured out Black Crow Old Man's greatest trick. The Black Crow Een Fire. Black Crow Old Man seemed to be incomparably powerful, but he fell into the trap Yi Yuan designed for him step by step. All the way to the end where Yi Yuan used avatar bodies to lure Black Crow Old Man, and he himself takes the opportunity to ambush. It was to create a false impression of having exhausted all his tricks for Black Crow Old Man. Very unfortunately, Black Crow Old Man fell for it. By the time he reacted to it, the flame explosion was already formed. Even if Black Crow Old Man wanted to run, he also could not escape. Nevertheless, Yi Yuan's research regarding essence fires was simply unimaginable to the people of the boundless world. In his previous life, he once owned 9 types of essence fires. When he had nothing to do, he would place these essence fires together to play, so as to better understand the characteristics of essence fires. Yi Yuan had already long been bored with the flame explosion, which Black Crow Old Man did not even dare to think about. How could it trap him? However, in order to execute the flame explosion, Yi Yuan also paid an extremely huge price. Even though he refined the cleansing sandal sacred flame, his fleshy body, meridians, dantian, were only at the spirit condensation realm standard. They simply could not withstand the Tier 4 essence fire. That was to say, although Yi Yuan refined a Tier 4 essence fire, he could only suppress the power of the essence fire released when refining pills and doing battle to Tier 2 standard. And just now, Yi Yuan brought out the entire might of the cleansing sandal sacred flame. One could imagine just how great the damage caused to his body was. If not for Yi Yuan's control towards essence fires being already at the peak of perfection, he would have been burned by the cleansing sandal sacred flame until not even residue would be left currently. Even so, his present state was an indescribable mess. He could only call out Nanfeng Jiro to bring him to escape. Boom! An incomparably oppressive explosion sounded out. The entire underground cave started quaking. Chapter 179. Yi Hang Exits Seclusion. Chapter 179. Yi Hang Exits Seclusion. The state of Qin's capital. These few days had been relatively lively. No reason other than because the Drunken Star Manor had sent out invitations to organize a pill-grading assembly. For close to a month, the Drunken Star Manor could be said to be infinitely glorious and faintly had the manner of controlling the state of Qin's alchemy industry. Ever since the essence-gathering pill was launched, the Drunken Star Manor had been as crowded as a marketplace. Every day there would be large batches of martial artists gathering, just to beg to purchase the essence-gathering pill. And this time, Wan Donghai even unleashed a big move, organizing this pill-grading assembly, and inviting virtually all the upper echelons in the state of Qin. It was said that the Drunken Star Manor wanted to launch 3 new medicinal pills all at once at this pill-grading assembly. It would be a radical revolution to the state of Qin's alchemy world. Such explosive news would naturally cause massive commotions in the state of Qin. Because of the essence-gathering pill as the precedent, the news released by Drunken Star Manor would naturally stir up all the martial artists' appetite. 1T. An essence-gathering pill already changed the alchemy's power balance in the state of Qin. If they launched 3 new types of medicinal pills at once, what kind of change would it trigger? Most likely, not as simple as bringing down Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. No matter what, not only did the Drunken Star Manor's actions draw the attention of all the upper echelons in the state of Qin, it also aroused a huge focus from the commoner martial artists. Even though the Drunken Star Manor's reputation among demonic beast hunters was already bad, there were still many people purchasing medicinal pills here. This was something that could not be helped. After all, Essence Qi Realm martial artists made up the largest group, and the essence-gathering pill was a unique medicinal pill from the Drunken Star Manor. These martial artists had no other choice. And starting from that time, the Drunken Star Manor had taken a series of measures to suppress the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Now they already virtually monopolized the state of Qin's medicinal pill market. Other than those deadly loyal like S.H.I. plus Kaiyong, the vast majority of the people were either forced to or took the initiative to go to the Drunken Star Manor to buy medicinal pills. The situation for the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was already at the extent of a hair's breadth from death. And currently Yi Hang was still in close seclusion. At the Wan family, a middle-aged man in fine clothing sat opposite Wan Donghai. Composure and overbearingness exuded from the middle-aged man. In terms of aura, he was actually not the slightest bit weaker than Wan Donghai. Brother Yulin, this time, our Wan family and Su family joining hands, we must rule the state of Qin's alchemy world. Wan Donghai seemed to be extremely proud of his success at present. The middle-aged man in finery was precisely the Su family's family head, Su Yulin, an existence who could make the state of Qin quake just by stomping his feet. Su Yulin was not as delighted as Wan Donghai. He just said lightly, "Ruling the alchemy world is but the beginning. After Manor Lord Wan sits on the highest commanding seat in the state of Qin's alchemy world, Don't forget about our agreement. What are you saying, Brother Yulin? Our two families have collaborated for so many years. Don't Brother Yulin understand my, Wan Donghai's, character yet? The Nanfeng family has grown weak, and cannot carry the state of Qin any more long ago. The Su family replacing them is only the common will of the people. This Wan naturally will not go against heaven. Haha, then that's good. This Su will wish Manor Lord Wan in advance for fulfilling a long-cherished wish and thoroughly defeating the fragrant medicine pavilion. Haha, isn't that all thanks to Brother Yulin? If not for the new medicinal pill Brother Yulin provided, this Wan also won't have today. Rest sure, Brother Yulin. In future, when Brother Yulin replaces Nanfeng Yi, this Wan will be the imperial family's royal alchemist. And Manor Lord Wan has the heart. It's just that I'm still somewhat worried at the moment. The news about the pill grading A.S. Semli has already been released for such a long time, but there's no movement from Nanfeng Yi at all. Could it be that he's planning something? Brother Yulin is thinking too much. The talents in the imperial family have withered. What other capable person is there apart from the old undying, Nanfeng Lu? Oh right, I still haven't congratulated Brother Yulin for the breakthrough to the second-level crystal formation realm. Now, other than Wu Daofeng and Jiang Yunhe, these two neutral parties, who is a match for Brother Yulin in the entire state of Qin? Isn't Brother Yulin being able to break through at this time proving who the mandate of heaven should belong to from another perspective? Haha, perhaps I'm really overthinking things, but it's just these few days. The envoy from the High Sect is already set to arrive at the Dan Wu Academy. With the support of the envoy, the transition of authority should also be smoother. But Wan Donghai's face changed when he heard that and sensibly did not continue the conversation. So, it turned out that the Su family had such a deep background in the Tranquil Cloud sect. No wonder they dared to do such a heaven-defying thing. Su Yulin revealing this matter to him was also giving him a disguised warning, to make him not have overly inordinate ambitions. Ha ha ha, looks like Brother Yulin is really fully prepared. Oh yes, I heard that Yi Heng's son Partik 1p. aided in the endless trials and has not returned this whole time. He probably already died in the endless forest, right? Now Yi Heng even lost his son. Most likely, he will be in a thundering rage after exiting seclusion. Wan Donghai changed the topic very sensibly. Who would know that it was still okay if Wan Donghai did not mention it, but once it was mentioned, Su Yulin's face changed. The one who was missing was not just Yi Heng's son. His son also went missing too. No matter how Su Yulin ruminated, he could not understand. He sent the Chang brothers to assist his son. Why wasn't there any news up till now? Could it be that after they killed Yi Yuan, they encountered some other matter and was delayed? Humph. The pill grading A.S. Semli is coming soon. Manor Lord Wan shouldn't bother about these minor details and focus on the bigger things. This Su still has some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Su Yulin said unhappily. Wan Donghai felt rather bewildered and did not know where he had offended Su Yulin. A martial artist with a manservant appearance walked loftily into the fragrant medicine pavilion. The manager Feng San dozed off listlessly and did not see anyone enter from the start. Is there still anyone alive? Someone come out. The manservant called out very haughtily. Feng San was startled awake. When he saw the manservant's outfit, he could not help being enraged. This punk from G.O.D. knows where dares to be so ill-mannered here. Do you know what this place is? The manservant gave a side glance at Feng San and said smugly, This little lord naturally knows what this place is. Just a broken store that's about to close down. Feng San, this little lord sees that you have some capabilities. How about coming to the Drunken Star Manor and make a living with this little lord? Feng San was enraged when he heard that and said, An errand boy's servant actually dares to make me, Feng San, mix around with you? Why don't you take AP and check out your reflection. Who do you think you are? Heh, don't be angry, Manager Feng. It's true that I'm an errand boy, but I'm afraid that Manager Feng's current situation is worse than running errands, right? Me letting you mix around with me is giving you a chance. If not, when the pill grading assembly commences, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be so easy for Manager Feng to find a job then. Feng San reached out and pointed his finger at the door and said furiously, "Get out for your father! If you don't get lost, your father will throw you out of here. Even if I, Feng San, were to starve to death, I wouldn't go to the Drunken Star Manor to lick boots." The manservant took out an invitation card unhurriedly and waved it around in front of Feng San, saying, "See this? My family's manor lord specially issued an invitation to your fragrant medicine pavilion in consideration of former relations. If Manager Feng continues to chase me out, that would be breaking off from the state of Qin's alchemy world." Feng San was unable to hold back his wrath anymore. This punk was here to deliver the invitation to humiliate the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was already like this. Why would they attend some pill grading assembly? To reach their faces out for people to smack? Bring your lousy invitation along and scram for your father. Otherwise, I'm really going to take action. As he said this, Feng San pulled up his sleeves and was really about to beat people up. Just then, a deep voice sounded out. "Stop, Feng San. This invitation card, our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion accepts. You go back and tell Wan Donghai that the pill grading assembly Yi Hang will definitely be there." Chapter 180. Nanfeng Yi. Chapter 180. Nanfeng Yi. Owner, you finally left seclusion. Feng San, who was raging, turned around and saw Yi Hang. He immediately rejoiced. Body could have understood just how Feng San had survived over this 1-month period. But when he saw Yi Hang exit seclusion, everything was worth it. TCH, isn't it just leaving seclusion? What's the fuss about? At this time, what the use even if you exit seclusion? Seeing Yi Hang, the manservant was also very shocked. But he quickly puffed up his chest again. Our Drunken Star Manor is the strongest now. Even if Yi Hang exited seclusion, could he stem the raging tide? Impossible. You dare to disrespect owner? Courting death. Feng San was enraged when he heard that and wanted to slap that manservant to death in one palm. Forget it. Just a small fry. Let him go, Yi Hang said coolly. With his status, there was no need to square every detail with a small fry. Haha, Pavilion Lord Yi is indeed a person who knows the grand situation. I think that as long as Pavilion Lord Yi pledges allegiance to our Manor Lord at the pill grading assembly, he should forgive you magnanimously. Oh, I've already delivered the invitation. Goodbye, Pavilion Lord Yi. The manservant really took himself for some big shot and clasped his hands at Yi Hang, then took large strides and left. Feng San was so angry that he was plussing his teeth in hatred by the side. With a displeased face, he said, "Owner, even a servant from the Drunken Star Manor dares to come to taunt us Fragrant Medicine Pavilion now. In my opinion, kill this punk first to teach the Drunken Star Manor a lesson." Yi Yuan waved his hands and said with a smile, "This servant is just a small character. Wouldn't killing him show our incompetence even more? That we can only take our anger out on the Drunken Star Manor's servants? To find a ground, of course we have to find their families' adults." Feng San's eyebrows jumped as he understood some meaning behind it. He said joyfully, "Owner means that." Yi Hang took over the invitation and said playfully, "He, Wan Donghai, wants to use this pill grading assembly to rule the state of Qin's alchemy world. I'm afraid that it isn't so easy." Haha. I knew that the owner wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Feng San was ecstatic when he saw that. But he immediately frowned again, saying, "Owner, It's said that Wan Donghai wants to launch 3 new types of medicinal pills by organizing this pill grading A.S. Semli, just an essence-gathering pill, has already left us badly battered. If 3 more were to appear, we relax, old phone. Competing with medicinal pills, should be us, father and son, have never feared anyone. This time, we're going to let everyone broaden their horizons, Yihang said heroically. Feng San looked at Yihang, and his eyes could not help showing astonishment. Just now, Yihang clearly planned on saying himself, but when the words were at the tip of his tongue, he brought along Yi Yuan. A venerable alchemy grandmaster was actually deliberately bringing along his son. Why was that? In a courtyard within the imperial palace, Yi Yuan was currently lying on a vine chair, sitting with his ankle on his knees. There were even 2 beautiful palace maids fanning him from behind. He looked like he was enjoying himself very much. Yi Yuan, is your beauty-retaining pill finished refining yet? If it's not done, this princess will burn down this mansion and send you to heaven. Nanfeng Jiro's angry cry broke this courtyard's tranquility. Yi Yuan jumped in fright and hurriedly went out in big strides. Indeed, he saw Nanfeng Jiro carrying a fire torch in her hands, posing like she was lighting a fire. Nanfeng Ruoqing was covering her mouth while laughing behind Nanfeng Jiro. This woman would do what she said. A single mishap and she would really burn this place. Don't. My grandaunt, this is your family's house, what are you burning it for? I don't care. Today, if you don't refine the beauty-retaining pill for me, I'll burn this place. Seriously, can't you wait for 2 days? My injuries have just healed. I also just refined the Essence Yang pill 2 days ago, and sapped a great deal of my vitality. You at least got to give me time to rest, right? Otherwise, if I were to ruin the refinement of the beauty-retaining pill, wouldn't that destroy senior apprentice sister's unparalleled looks? After coming out from the underground cave, Yi Yuan let Nanfeng Jiro bring him to hide in the palace. Just like this, Sui Shan and Yi Yuan disappeared at the same time. Yi Yuan had ready-made medicinal pills on him, but his injuries this time were too severe. He only barely managed to recover after recuperating for 3 days. After recovering, Yi Yuan refined the Essence Yang pill without delay and let Nanfeng Jiro deliver it to the Dan Wu Academy in secret. Ever since Yi Yuan recovered, Nanfeng Jiro had been thinking about her beauty-retaining pills. She would come here every day to compel Yi Yuan to refine it. But Yi Yuan's body right now was indeed not that great. So it was delayed a few days. The ill-tempered but beauty-loving Nanfeng Jiro finally could not endure it anymore today, so she ran here to threaten Yi Yuan. I don't care. I must see the beauty-retaining pill today. Nanfeng Jiro refused to yield. Right at this time, a voice sounded out from behind them. Jiro, back off. Don't be mischievous. Ah, Imperial Father. I was joking with Yi Yuan. Right, Yi Yuan? Nanfeng Jiro used her gaze to threaten Yi Yuan. The middle-aged man in front of Yi Yuan was as handsome as jade and had a grandiose manner. The air of a king could not be covered up no matter what. This person was precisely Nanfeng Ruoqing's imperial brother, Nanfeng Jiro's father, the state of Qin's emperor, Nanfeng Yi. This was also the first time Yi Yuan met Nanfeng Yi. This person gave him the deep feeling like he was in grasp of everything. Nanfeng Yi was sizing up Yi Yuan, but at the same time, Yi Yuan was also appraising Nanfeng Yi without the intention of saluting. An alchemy emperor had the pride of an alchemy emperor. Even if he rebirthed, it was also impossible to kneel down and salute a mortal emperor. Nanfeng Yi did not mind Nanfeng Jiro and only said coolly, Ruoqing, you bring Jiro back first. I have some things to say to little brother Yi. Nanfeng Yi actually gave tacit consent to Yi Yuan's rude actions. Yes. Nanfeng Ruoqing received the command and brought her niece back. The few palace maids naturally also withdrew. However, while Nanfeng Ruoqing did not show anything on the surface, she was very alarmed in her heart. Imperial brother actually called Yi Yuan as little brother. This sort of address was undoubtedly placing Yi Yuan on equal footing as him. In Nanfeng Ruoqing's impression, she had never seen Imperial brother place a person so highly before. And this person was merely a 15-years-old child. For the emperor to address his subjects as brothers, just hearing it sounded very peculiar. While Nanfeng Ruoqing knew that Yi Yuan was not an ordinary child, this term of address by Nanfeng Yi was still sufficient to alarm her. After Nanfeng Ruoqing and the rest left, Nanfeng Yi and Yi Yuan entered the courtyard and sat down in the pavilion in the garden. I'm indebted to little brother Yi for having taken care of my daughter and sister these few days. I express my thanks to little brother Yi on their behalf. Nanfeng Yi actually gave thanks right away, making Yi Yuan somewhat surprised. Your Majesty is too serious. It's just the effort of lifting a hand, not worthy of thanks. Furthermore, they also helped me quite a bit. Yi Yuan accepted it calmly and did not decline anything. From the other party's attitude, he could also see that his matter was already also long known by Nanfeng Yi through Nanfeng Ruoqing and niece. Nanfeng Yi waved his hand and said, "That's not the same. The aid you gave them is enough for them to use their entire lives." Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "I'm afraid that your Majesty didn't look for me just to give thanks, right? Let's go straight into the main topic. I don't like to beat around the bush." Chapter 181. The Teetering Imperial Family. Chapter 181. The teetering imperial family. Nanfeng Yi was stunned when he heard that. He did not think that this youth actually did not save the lightest bit of face for him. Not mentioning about his ident. 1. Tai as the emperor, just the fact that he was a crystal formation realm expert, most likely not many spirit condensation realm martial artists dared to be this impudent. However, he also knew the pride of peerless geniuses like Yi Yuan. The peerless geniuses who could make it past the 9 heavens road would undoubtedly be existences that would break out from the state of Qin. Therefore, Yi Yuan had the capital to be proud. Nanfeng Yi naturally did not know that Yi Yuan was emboldened to talk to him on an equal basis because he possessed a Tier 3 demonic beast as a servant. Nanfeng Jiro did not tell Nanfeng Yi about the matter of Yuan Fei, because she promised Yi Yuan that she would tell no one. After returning, Nanfeng Jiro even hid it from Nanfeng Yi. Cough, cough. Nanfeng Yi coughed to hide his embarrass. Meant before saying, "I wonder, what's little brother Ye's view of the drunken star manners pill grading as semly?" Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said disdainfully, "Just a bunch of performing clowns. What pill grading as semly? With Wan Donghai's paltry abilities, what does he know about grading pills? If my guess isn't wrong, this matter was cooked up by the Su family. Wan Donghai is merely the puppet pushed onto the front stage by them." Nanfeng Yi was astounded as he said, "To think that little brother Yi can actually see it so thoroughly. To our understanding, the drunken star manners essence gathering pill originated from the high sex pill hall. And this time, they even acquired the new types of medicinal pills from the pill hall to beguile the minds of people. Such intentions are condemnable." This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be stunned. "Oh? Came from Tranquil Cloud Sex Pill Hall? Looks like this pill hall has some capabilities to have actually developed so many new medicinal pills." Yi Yuan's research into medicinal pills was incomparable to anyone else's. He was very much aware of just how difficult it was to develop new medicinal pills. With the boundless world's medicinal pills cognition, for the pill hall to have actually developed so many new medicinal pills was adequate to see the power of the pill hall's might. Although these new medicinal pills were worthless in Yi Yuan's eyes, in other people's eyes, they were immense breakthroughs. That's a given. Ever since the Tranquil Cloud Sect's founder, Yu Wuya ascended, they had been through a period of degradation. All the way until the 11th generation sect master, Ouyang Tuatian came into the world and led the tranquil cloud sect's revival with his own strength. But Ouyang Tuatian was not known for his martial prowess. He was an alchemy sovereign of his generation. During the period he took over as sect master, he used medicinal pills to create countless experts. It was also then that Tranquil Cloud sect finally formed the scenario where the Martial Hall and the Pill Hall pitted against each other, Nanfeng Yi explained. Yi Yuan gave a look of realization. Only now did he know the origin of the Tranquil Cloud sect's Martial Hall and Pill Hall. Like this, huh? Looks like your Majesty came to look for me because you feel the pressure. If you had known beforehand, you should have acted differently then. If you had eradicated the Su family earlier, there wouldn't be so many problems. Yi Yuan also roughly guessed Nanfeng Yi's purpose in coming. Now, the only one who could contend with the drunken Star Manor was the fragrant medicine pavilion. Nanfeng Yi came to look for Yi Yuan naturally because he wanted to let the Yi family coordinate with the Nanfeng family to wreck the pill-grading AAS assembly this time. Nanfeng Yi smiled bitterly and said, "You think I didn't want to? Do you know why the Su family can get so many medicinal pills from the pill hall? And could it be that there are people on top of the Su family?" Nanfeng Yi nodded and said, "Su Yulin's younger sister married a pill hall's elder, Ouyang Ming, 20 years ago. Even though the High Sect has rules that members of the sect are not to interfere with secular affairs, it's still an easy matter for the Ouyang family to help out the Su family occasionally. Otherwise, how do you think Su Yubai became the Dan Wu Academy's disciplinary hall's first elder? If not for the fact that his strength is insufficient, the position of dean would probably have been taken by the Su family long ago." Yi Yuan finally realized that there was actually so many things interlaced in between. No wonder Su Yubai could cover the skies with one hand inside the academy and body dared to make a sound. The Su family had people in the Tranquil Cloud sect. That was why Nanfeng Yi held back in fear these few years and did not dare to attack the Su family, resulting in rearing a tiger to one's own detriment. Also, no wonder the Nanfeng family's people were so low-key, and it also explained why the imperial family would support Yi Hang to contend with Wan Donghai. There was actually so much karma mixed inside. From this, it seemed that father's and Wan Donghai's antagonism was actually essentially the imperial family and Su family challenging in the dark. Looking at this, everything could be explained. However, from the former situation, regardless of whether it was the imperial family or the fragrant medicine pavilion, they both held the clear disadvantage. This time, the Su family got so many new medicinal pills from the pill hall and also stirred up the entire city by organizing a pill-grading assembly. Most likely, it was already time for the map to be unrolled to reveal the dagger. And because of this, Nanfeng Yi finally could not sit still. Then, "Your Majesty is looking for me for?" Yi Yuan could not help asking curiously. The Su family's and the Wan family's activities are already so rampant. I've secretly arranged for people to pay a few visits to the fragrant medicine pavilion, but your honorable father has always been in close seclusion. I'm afraid. So, Nanfeng Yi was worried the Yi Hang was avoiding the fight. In that case, the Nanfeng family would have no path of retreat at all. Even if it was a pass, Sing thought, Yi Yuan was still rather displeased. No matter who it was, body wished for their own father to be used as a chess piece. Now, in this sort of situation, if Yi Hang really failed, he would likely be the first target the Su family and the Wan family want to eliminate. At that time, whether the imperial family would lend a helping hand or not was another matter altogether. Your Majesty wishes to let my father lead the vanguard. I wonder what kind of methods the imperial family have prepared? If the Su family is really overthrowing, what does your Majesty plan to do? Yi Yuan's tone gradually grew colder. Even though Nanfeng Yi was Nanfeng Jiro's father and Nanfeng Ruoqing's older brother, his relation to Yi Yuan was zilch. If the imperial family were destroyed, Yi Yuan would not mind rescuing Nanfeng Ruoqing and niece, but to make him slog it out for the imperial family based on this was a no-no. Not to mention that Nanfeng Yi was still scheming against father at this time. Your Majesty calls me little brother Yi simply because you took a fancy to my future status. But have your Majesty ever thought that if the imperial family no longer existed, what's the point of you making friends with me, this future core disciple? Yi Yuan ridiculed mercilessly. Yi Yuan, you're insolent. Nanfeng Yi finally could not hold back his rage. Yi Yuan was actually cursing the imperial family to be destroyed. This was something intolerable to him. Insolent? No matter how insolent I am, can I be more insolent than the Su family? Actually, your Majesty knows clearly in your herd that the imperial family has reached an extremely precarious situation now. Even if I'm not insolent, can your Majesty alter the outcome? Now that it's already like this, why is your Majesty acting like you have a concrete plan? Could it be that your Majesty is relying on sending my father to go and die? Does your Majesty think that by sending my father out, it can eliminate the Su family's ambition? Yi Yuan said with a sneer. An extremely terrifying aura was released. It was the powerful aura belonging to a crystal formation realm martial artist. But Yi Yuan did not budge an inch when facing this aura. I advise the imperial family to cool down. At this time, offending your only ally is not a wise move. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Nanfeng Yi's expression changed, and he immediately put away his aura. Chapter 182. Gifting Pill. Chapter 182. Gifting Pill. You aren't thinking that the Wan family and the Su family will let your Yi family off, right? This pill grading A.S. Semli is pointing straight at the imperial family in the dark, but on the surface it's pointing towards the Yi family. After staying silent for a long time, Nanfeng Yi finally said this. Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, "Don't be mistaken, your Majesty. Now that it's arrived at this, everyone in the state of Qin can choose to surrender. Only the imperial family cannot. For your Majesty to threaten me with such words, are you too powerless?" Yi Yuan finished talking, and Nanfeng Yi's face changed once again. He initially thought that Yi Yuan was young and slightly easier to deal with. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan saw things more clearly than anyone else? Although Nanfeng Yi had paid close attention to Yi Yuan for a long time, this was still the first time he came into contact with him in the true sense. All the prior senses were obtained through Nanfeng Ruoqing and niece. Now, Nanfeng Yi felt that this Yi Yuan was even harder to deal with than his father, Yi Hang. Nanfeng Yi took in a deep breath before saying, "Yi Yuan, I wonder when is your father coming out of seclusion? If he still doesn't exit seclusion, even if the Yi family wants to surrender, it's also futile, correct?" But Yi Yuan just smiled when he heard that and said, "Your Majesty, since my father is in seclusion, I naturally have the final say in all of Yi family's matters. Since your Majesty came to seek me out, you're probably also eyeing this point, right?" Nanfeng Yi revealed an said look, but Yi Yuan had poked his vital point. He was really quite anxious. Yi Hang did not exit seclusion for a long time. The imperial family no longer had any buffer SPAC. He only came to find Yi Yuan having no other alternatives, hoping to get Yi Hang to exit seclusion through Yi Yuan to resolve the immediate predicament. But who would have thought that Yi Yuan was much harder to deal with than he imagined? Nanfeng Yi sucked in a deep breath. This time, he finally truly placed Yi Yuan on equal footing as him to converse. "Speak then. What request does the Yi family have?" Nanfeng Yi said solemnly. Your Majesty finally brought out some sincerity. However, my Yi family does not have any requests. Instead, we can gift the Nanfeng family centuries of prosperity. My only demand is that within these few centuries, the Nanfeng family is not to have the slightest bit of jealousy towards the Yi family, and to let the Yi family stand independently from the state of Qin's regime. Yi Yuan said coolly. What did you say? Nanfeng Yi did not even think that Yi Yuan would actually raise such a request. But Yi Yuan just smiled and said, Your Majesty, I, Yi Yuan, will be serving as this chess piece. The pill grading A.S. Assembly is nothing but seeking popularity through hogwash to me. Not only can I cooperate with the imperial family to wreck the pill grading A.S. Assembly, but I can also coordinate with the imperial family to eradicate the Wan family and the Su family. It's just that I don't know if your Majesty has such resolve. Nanfeng Yi sucked in a cold breath. Eradicating the Wan family and the Su family. Not that he had never thought about it, but he had never dared to have such a notion. The Tranquil Cloud Sex Ouyang family was not a family clan that the Nanfeng family could afford to offend. Nanfeng Yi did not dare take this risk. But now Yi Yuan directly said to destroy the Su family. This. Why not wait for your father to exit seclusion before discussing again? Yi Yuan curled his lips. He was very disdainful towards Nanfeng Yi's resolve. As the emperor, how could he be so soft and irresolute? It was true that the Su family had a strong supporter, but if the Nanfeng family kept giving in, it would ultimately only make the Su family insatiable. Nanfeng Yi was still not clear on this point until now. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said indifferently, Looks like your Majesty still has an inadequate understanding of me, Yi Yuan. I advise your Majesty to chat more with teacher Nanfeng as well as senior apprentice sister before making this decision. I can only give your Majesty these words. Indecisiveness invariably leads to trouble. Finest. Hi+ing Yi Yuan spoke no more. This conversation naturally also ended like that. The next day, Yi Yuan returned to the Danwu Academy. It caused a tremendous sensation in the academy. Hey, did you hear? Yi Yuan and senior apprentice sister Feng disappeared for nearly a month in the endless trials. Now they actually returned. Yeah. I even thought that they died in the endless forest. Who knew that they actually came out? Hey, Yi Yuan, this person is bequeathed with destiny. I'm afraid that he won't die so easily. It's just. Yi Yuan came back, but Sui Shan still hasn't returned. Is there some connection in between? Are you dead? Isn't it obvious? In the endless trials this time, the heavyweight CLA's characters who went missing, other than Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro, is only Sui Shan. And now, only Yi Yuan and senior apprentice sister Feng returned. Most likely. You're saying. Shu. Originally, coming back from the endless trials was no big deal. But the time which Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro went missing for way too long, way past the time set by the academy. And the martial role expert Sui Shan disappeared at the same time. There was a sieve abnormality revealed in between. Now Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro came back at the same time. Only Sui Shan had yet to return. There were already many people who guessed what happened during this 1 month. After all, there had been quite a few cases like this in the past. Students who had conflicts went to Partic. 1p. 8 in the endless trials, but only one party returned in the end. The other party remained in the endless forest forever. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered with these rumors. Right now, he was paying a visit to Huyen Yong. Haha, Yi Yuan. I knew that you won't die so easily. Huyen Yong could not help laughing loudly when he saw Yi Yuan. Many thanks for teacher Huyen's concern. Actually, this trip was really almost certain death. But luckily, there were more scares than dangers in the end. There were even some small gains, Yi Yuan said smilingly. And not bad, not bad. Having gone to the endless forest once and actually directly breaking through to second-level spirit condensation realm really did not disappoint me. Huyen Yong praised verbally, but waves were surging in his heart. Even though Huyen Yong viewed Yi Yuan very highly, his improvement speed was too rapid. This had only been a few days and Yi Yuan actually directly broke through to the second-level spirit condensation realm. Since when had spirit condensation realm become so easy to break through? Haha, I wonder how long Teacher Huyen has been stagnated at the 9th level spirit condensation realm? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. What are you asking that for? Let me see, roughly 5 or 6 years already. I keep being unable to find the opportunity to break through. Speaking of this, Huyen Yong also had a dispirited look. This threshold from the spirit condensation realm to the crystal formation realm was not so easy to break through. Many spirit condensation realm martial artists were unable to cross this threshold in their entire lives. Huyen Yong's talent was not bad. He was a spirit condensation realm martial artist who condensed 4 spirit liquid drop. But to break through to the crystal formation realm, it was simply an impossible matter without 10+20 years of ACCU mulation. Like that, huh? I wonder how many % confidence Teacher Huyen has in breaking through to the crystal formation realm right now? Yi Yuan asked. Huyen Yong was even more surprised. But he still answered. Are you joking, Yi Yuan? I haven't even reached half-step crystal formation realm right now. To break through to crystal formation realm, I don't even have 10% confidence. Yi Yuan smiled and took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring for Huyen Yong, saying, Teacher Huyen, this is the crystal formation pill I refined. It can raise the chances of forming crystal by 60%. I wonder if Teacher Huyen has the confidence to break through to crystal formation realm? What? 60%? Are you joking? Huyen Yong nearly jumped up.